Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Has it been 4 months already? Man, time flies when you're incarcerated.
I don't get angry at the bills I have to pay. What's going on? It is your boy in the house. What's going on? Just hanging out. It's another Anything Goes Friday, number 6. If you're on YouTube, say hello. Otherwise, I won't know you're alive, and that's not okay.
Autopilot jumping.
Lovin' is what FG got. Thanks, buddy. Ban that guy? I can't. If I ban him, he'll come back stronger and gift more subs. Is what I got. Hello, everybody. How the hell are you? What's going on? Thanks so much, FG. FG is doing a little wealth redistribution. You know what I mean?
Skill training completed.
Hey, thanks, Blue Star. No hype train. Oh my God, stop. No. I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna turn that shit off immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Anything Goes Friday. That means I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm going to say whatever I want within reason. I don't want to get banned from Twitch. And I guess that means you can do the same. Will you please lower the price of the Gigantifimo? No. Hello. First chat of the day was Lucas, followed up by Logs. Hello, Logs. Hello, Lucas. What's up, Parody? Young FG's in the house. What's up, buddy? Thanks for all the subs. Hayes is here, dropping some coffee emotes. Love it. Soybean says, good evening. Sorry, Soyan, not soybean. So sorry. Soyan says, good evening from Singapore. Hello, from Pennsylvania, United States. How are you? I've never been to Singapore. I would get in a lot of trouble in Singapore right now for what I'm doing. Puffing on that Lord's lettuce. Oof. Good to see you. Hope you're well. P9 is here. What's up, dude? Madster is here. Hello, friends. Gravy is stopping on by. All right, Kendrick. All right. I need chiller vibes, though, so... Sorry, Kendrick. My apologies. Chloro Kendrick. Blue Star is in the house. Thank you for the subscription. My courtmate here just recently got scanner privileges. Has not fucked it up ostensibly. I'm about to scan Tabby right now, though, so we'll see. Maybe somebody fucked it up. Thank you very much. You're too kind to me, folks. Spooky is here digging the Sublime vibes. I don't cry when my dog runs away. I don't get angry at the bills I have to pay. I don't get mad when my mom smokes pot. You know what I mean? None to it, bro. Spooky, good to see you, sir. Getting immediately attacked. Maybe we'll get the hype train out of the way. Maybe he's smart. Maybe he does a small hype train, gets it out of the way so fewer people get banned. Because there's like a cooldown on it. Maybe he's just like 4D chest in my ass. Thank you for the bits, miss. Thank you very much. Lake Turtle Gaming is here, says howdy. I would like to be temp banned. Yeah, you and everybody else. People in hell want ice water. You think you just come to my channel and get temp banned for free?
You clumsy pilot. This is hilarious. Our escape pod was
Am I your
destroyed
biggest
and you
supporter
died.
yet?
Well, actually, your old self died. and I
I'm just gonna say
miraculously
yes to
escaped.
get you to stop giving me
Lucky for you
subs.
that you have been
Yes, you are.
reincarnated through an insurance clone. Open the medical services and I will show you
What's
more
up, Caldari
about this nifty
Prime?
little thing.
Welcome back. Alokan Stargaze, what's poppin'? FG, now I've had a few people gift a ton of subs on the channel before, but I don't really know. I want to say somebody's probably gifted a lot, but if you're not number one, I don't know what the fuck to say anymore. There it is, another one. Kid's out of control.
Jumping.
All right, well, I haven't even said the word Iran yet. Oh, is that why we're doing this? Oh, okay, I see. Thank you so much, FG. Maya, thank you very much, friends. I don't know what to say. There's only going to be like 10 chatters here, but somehow we have to ban 8 of them. So, no, we're on level 8 now. Bro, every day this week I've been getting clapped up by people. I don't think that someone's giving out more subs than FG. I don't even know how to see it. I want to say Undead, Pathfinder, they've given a lot of subs. I don't think they've given as many as you did. You have to stop. You're banned. Maybe I get you this time? Oh yeah, I gotta turn the thing on. Shit. Calder Problem desperately wants a ban. You know what people were doing? People were cheating yesterday. Colorado Prime, can you believe this?
Autopilot jumping.
Hey, yo, check this out. Spooky, thank you. What a cutie. Yo, people were cheating yesterday. They were so jealous of the people getting selected to get banned that they were just dropping slurs to get banned. It's such bullshit. You can't just do that's the coward's way out. Right? You know what I mean? Like that ain't it, Chief. We got a YouTube chatter. What up, Jopa? How you doing? Guys are absolutely out of control. Today's Anything Goes Friday. It's just coffee, a little bit of Eve in the background, and we'll be talking about world events. You know what it is. It's surprisingly not depressing in these streams. Especially when people gift 1,000 subs. All hail Chlorokin. I don't do that idle shit. Hell no. We're all friends. We're all equals here. You gotta at least say something controversial like capitalism did nothing wrong. Something controversial, huh? I don't really want to have one of those like Hassan Piker moments, you know, where you get clip jumped to hell and back for saying something pretty cool that the world's not ready yet. So I'm not going to do it. I refuse. I'm going to wait until I have, you know, fewer fucks to give. I know how to not draw wrath. Brian Thompson was the real hero, not Luigi. Hey, yo, Brian Thompson was my friend. We were good friends. I really believed in what he was doing. I struggle to believe that the dog beater has said anything. Hassan. Well, I mean, the accusation was he shocked his dog. I mean, I haven't heard of that he's beating it. This is a new one, but yeah, you know, I don't know. I watched that. I didn't know. It looked weird. I don't know, dude. Here's the deal. No, I'm not saying it's not. You should never abuse your animals, but I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. One thing I'll tell you is that as leftists and leftist adjacent people, you know, the creativity of the shit people throw you is pretty ridiculous sometimes. That doesn't mean you can't do insanely fucked up things, but if you listen to the average capitalist talk about the average socialist, it's like that person is the worst person alive. It's pretty remarkable. All right, let's do it like this. Who wants to win 100 million ISK? Exclamation mark giveaway in the chat. Hey, what up, Mr. Gareth? Anyone know what would be the easiest way to do the Galente event? Something that does not involve too much attention. Having tons
Autopilot
of
disabled.
to work on.
Waypoint reached.
Yeah, I really don't know. It's probably pretty in depth. Yeah, Judge is in the house. Uh-oh. Hey, I just mentioned Pathfinder, and here's his homie Judge. That's crazy. He said no thanks. Well, too bad you're entered. This is like fucking Cash Patel buying credit information to poor people. Hey, what up, D-Bars? Any Cash Patel fans out there? Anybody at all? Am I the only one left? Am I the only true Cash Patel believer out here? We'll have to make more effort. Yeah, I think you're probably gonna have to just. Usually these events are pretty not cheesable. Well, that's totally not true. They are cheesable, but everybody enter the giveaway. I have to ban 8 people. Thank you very much, FG, Maya, Spooky gifted a sub in there, Judge subbing. Thank you very much. Everybody, too kind of you. Send me your ISK. All right, if you haven't done exclamation mark giveaway, you won't win 100 million ISK, and you might not get banned. All right, so let's give away the ISK first. Who gets the ISK? Bang. Logs. Uh-oh. You didn't win the ISK yesterday, did you? Who entered me? Well, so that's the thing. I lied. All you have to do is type anything. So I lied and said you have to do a keyword, but it's set to active users. So anything you type gets you in. So here's your money. Enjoy. All right, now we move to the fun part. I gotta clap up 80, you freaking suckers. So type ban in chat if you want to get banned. Type ban me. Caldari Prime conveniently not in the ban me pool. I'm gonna remove Fossabot, Eve to Twitch. I'm gonna remove myself. Should I remove FG? No, he would instantly unsub. There he is. That's my boy. Trying to get skuxed up. Limbo with the follow. No, you don't have to follow the stream to get banned. This is equal opportunity hands. You know? What do chuds always say? Equal rights, equal lefts. What do they always say? That stupid ass line about domestic violence. It's like that, but for chat. Dude, sometimes I say in most wild shit. Can YouTube get banned? Nah, I don't ban YouTubers unless they're like Slur City. YouTube's like my retention pond, you know? All right, clapping people up. How many do we have? 8? I've been streaming for literally 18 minutes and they hype trained my ass and I have to ban half my chat now. All right, fuck it, let's go. Blue Star Mirage, get cooked. Dank Gravy. Some of my faves. All right, P9. All right, this is for the clanker. Shit, I'm just kidding. I love you. Parody. Oof, Parody. You get a 30-minute ban because fuck you. Number 5, Soyan just joined the stream and you get a ban. Oof. What are we on? 6? There it is. You know what? I'm a cruel bastard, though. I'm only going to give Caldari Prime a 1-minute ban. Because I just... Oh! I'm not allowed to ban you twice. I was forbidden from banning you twice. Before, I would just add to your time. I'm not allowed to. I was told yesterday explicitly I'm not allowed to do this. So I'm just going to keep it moving. Logs. All right, one more for the road. Judge, welcome back, bud. See ya. How many was that? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whew. Hold on, let's just do one more. I can't just give out bans for free. That's not how it works. I really want to give out a ban for free. Here, I'm going to give somebody 100 million ISK again. Judge gets 100 million ISK. Congrats, buddy. You can't actually say thanks because you're banned from chat, but Judge, what is your username? Uh-oh. Obvious trap to lure out a chud. Dude, I don't have to put a trap to lure the chuds out. Bro, they come to me. They see this face and they're like, oh yes, brother. One of the Aryan Brotherhood. Like, I don't know what to say, bro. They love it. I'm like a fucking honeypot for chuds.
Autopilot jumping.
Hey! Young Haas is in the building. Yo, Haas was like, what's up, buddy? Haas was like, yo, can I get some materials in the game? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then he comes and gives me like 1,000 subs. Banned for RMT. You bought materials from me at market price, and now you're subbing to me. Lorcan's deep RMT network. Limba, how you doing? Haas, what's up, buddy? Thank you very much. I've never seen so many subs in my entire gosh darn life. Sova, what's up? We're gonna wait for some of these people to get unbanned because, you know, I think they deserve to, you know, have a chance to get actually banned for real. I dyed my hair blue and purple. It functions as a posmatic. Oh shit! Can you define this word for us, Maya? In fact, does anybody here know what this word is? In insect, in insect world, this is very important, but not just amphibian world, right? Lizard world. What is this word and why is this so cool? Who knows? I'll give you a few minutes. Oh yeah. Think back to biology, or if you took like electives in college. I banned? Yeah, you were banned for 1 minute. Yeah. Here's one more. Fuck it. That's a treat. That's a treat for making such good skins and models. All right, now I'm done. The worst part is people actually watch me do this and they enjoy it. So like, I don't know who to blame. Is it my fault or is it society's fault? Why am I so confused and I'm not high yet? Yeah, the idea is you give me money and I ban you from my chat. Posmatic. It's basically mimicking something dangerous. This is a good way to put it to layman, right? So think like dart frogs. I'm trying to think of things that aren't insects. Schadenfreude. Yeah, I guess. Alokan says interesting. He's like, maybe I should get into streaming. I like banning people. A posmatic is when your cornea is not perfectly round. Interesting. Yeah, that's something else. Yeah. A posmatic. It's you know, it's a colorful display designed to warn predators to not kill you, but there's mimicry involved too. I don't speak just something all right. Hey, what's up, Liam? Carl Snakes. Oh, I love coffee, dude. Ow. Yeah, the reason why I bring up mimicry and what Maya's talking about here is aposmaticism is like, it's telling predators to not bother, but the thing is that same sign is often mimicked by things that don't have that defense, right? In the insect world, we see this constantly. It's pretty interesting. Is that some kind of reverse psychology? No, I'll tell you exactly how I got to this point, look, and I hate shilling. I hate like drumming up an audience for money instead of enjoying yourself. I hate all that shit. So I never had hype trains enabled. And then one day I turned them on because I saw like Luru do it. I was like, oh, that's neat. And like people would give me money or whatever. And then I would like give them stuff in game. But I'm like, this is really dumb. I don't like this. This isn't my style. Like nothing against my boy. So I turned them off. And then someone told me to turn them back on. So I turned them on. I'm like, all right, but I'm not going to give you anything for the hype train. In fact, if you hype train me and screw up my flow and distract me, I'm going to start banning you. And that's how it started. So now every time people do that shit, they get a ban and we move the fuck on. It's not even reverse psychology. It's just blood sport. I don't know. I enjoy it. Personally, I do enjoy banning chatters. I enjoy banning chatters for short periods of time. I don't like perma-banning chatters. I hate that. Like a girl with dyed hair and lots of tattoos. Is that aposmatic? Is that the stereotype of a girl's crazy if she looks like alt? Yeah, wow. Maybe she's not crazy. Maybe she's just normal and likes to look that way. You don't know. Oliver says, my prospect is painted red. Yeah, I also use that skin. Holy shit. Wait, do you also use the Rock Muncher skin? Or do you use like an actual red one? I use this skin on my prospects for Jolly Ranchers. I just think this is like an appropriate like OSHA orange style ship. Because it's cheap, yeah. Oh, that's probably why I bought it too. I think it's a great skin for a working ship. Refined resourcer, yeah. Apparently these do things in space. Or they have more, what do they have? Lights that shoot out? Or what do they do in space that people talk about? It's expensive though, isn't it? Spinning lights. It's only 69 million. What's up, Kanan? I feel like for mining ships, you don't really want to go for subtlety or camo. You want to just go like OSHA red or OSHA yellow. Kanan says, sup, dude, happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, from the heart of the empire, right here in Pennsylvania, United States of America. What's going on? Any of you people hear of a little place called Iran before? The prospect of mine has 2 kill marks now. Kill mails now. Blasters and Scramfit. Oh, okay, so it's a battle prospect. That's not fair. The bowhead looks amazing with that skin in space. I don't think the bowhead's real. I want to say last time we were talking about Strait of Hormuz and how it was pointless to escort people through there because of the financials involved, right? I think like a day after we talked about that, there was like a release explaining how they were going to do escorts a month from now. So goddamn funny. Oh, goodness. So I just want to like kind of recap, I suppose, just for my own sake. But let's just put it out there because maybe somebody's new for the first time here, has no idea what's going on. Thank you, FG. Has no idea what's going on Friday. This is Anything Goes Friday. A lot of political talk, a lot of world news talk, right? And I'm just putting it all out there. Straight up mask off. I'm a socialist. I believe in that stuff. I've studied that stuff, right? This is the future for me. I'm also staunchly anti-imperial, which means I'm as big of a critic as you can get of the United States of America and its actions, and therefore Israel as well as a vassal state or a sister state, right? These are my perspectives. I have extremely radical views on certain things that people in the West take for granted as common consensus, and that's just how it is. Not because I'm special, but because, you know, like I like to say, I've read a fucking book. But the truth of the matter is that my country, alongside Israel, which I believe are, you know, two sides of the same coin, geopolitically, are currently sieging Iran, right? And make no mistake about it, what you believe might be separate from reality here, but Iran is defending itself. Strictly. Right? The United States and Israel are waging a war for incremental hegemonic advantage in the region. That's all. Obviously, Tehran is the main actor in the region that's going to stop them, right? We know all this. But what we didn't really expect was just how dumb Israel is as a government, that they would do this really before the US was on board and kind of drag them in ahead of schedule. And now you're looking at like a pretty fucking embarrassing military operation, all things considered. I mean, we're not measuring destruction v destruction, but I mean, the headlines are outrageous, even from the West, you know? We got carriers that have been out for like 7 months. They're about to be out for 2 more. No laundry room, right? Bunk beds are like burning. fucking strait where 1/5 of the oil would go traditionally through on freighters is completely locked down to the west. There's a pipeline that runs along it, and obviously diversion, but it's a huge problem. And it seems as though Iran was not comfortable just taking it, so they've attacked all the military bases nearby, right? So the U.S. is in this position where, like, economically, I mean, there's no shot short of using like TAC nukes to get out ahead on money. And boots on ground, marine invasions, anything like that. I mean, we've seen how this pans out time and time again for us. I mean, I don't understand. It's like liberating the strait and putting temporary bases nearby the strait. I don't understand what they're planning on doing. It's just a bunch of absolute clowns. Everybody wants to do this attack Iran thing, but make no mistake, the U.S. has absolutely caught the ambulance and has no idea what to do. You can't bite it. It's too big. So what we're going to see is a lot of death, a lot more destruction, a lot more just exterminating of civilians, a lot more dehumanizing of people and religions and histories. And we're going to see just death and destruction on, new depraved levels because we have new technologies. We have, new controls over media. What's up, Delex? Iran is that place where godly U.S. leaders go to start holy Armageddon. We got to understand it. It's both ways, right? Like the clergymen of Iran are deranged clerics. However, but we're going to go wage a holy war on behalf of Christian nationalism. It's like, well, I hate to break it to you, but like I said last week, I'm an atheist. If there's a God, cousin, he ain't going to like you. Me and him going to get along way better than you and him. Trust. And I don't even believe in that shit, man. Like, I'm just not a dumb fuck. Young Pagel is there. What's up, dude? All is quite well. I'm going to make another cup of coffee here so we can get on track. You have one docked in Eram? Oh, yeah, that's right. You moved all your stuff in. Thank you very much for the sub, Mr. FG. Going for 300, I guess. Jesus. If you ever hit 300, please, you're no longer allowed to sub. Good for the economy. No. Well, here's the thing. There's many things happening at once right now, right? This is what we're taught to think like dialectically. There's a lot of things going on. Is what's going on now good for the economy? It's like, it's easy to want to say like, no, it's bad, of course, like oil and whatnot. But, this is kind of what our economy is built on, this imperialism in a large way. It's why we spend that almost $1 trillion a year on the military, right? Delex, yeah, he's been going buck wild. Yo, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. 10, 25, 5, like dog. They just been going buck wild today. Coffee sounds like a plan. Hell yeah. Agree to 500 and I'll stop. Nah. I mean, listen, dude, you do whatever you want, but I've already told you, like, you're about 250 subs too many right now, fam. But I appreciate you. I'm gonna just pretend you some hotshot lawyer on a penthouse, in the corner office. Blue Star says the Iranian government is objectively terrible, but they still have the right to defend their land and people. That doesn't make starting a conflict with them a good idea. I mean, we're objectively terrible too, right? Like oppression of women, religious, like theocratical backbones to governments and stuff. It's like, I mean, none of that gives us the right to, and that, to invade them, right? And, you'll hear people, specifically Westerners, but everybody all over say like, Iran executed tens of thousands of people during the protests. It's like, obviously they didn't execute tens of thousands of people. Like, we know that, right? It's not like every single crackdown that you're fed information from U.S. state apparatus, like media apparatus, intelligence apparatus. You can't believe every single number you hear. Like, it's just insane. Not sure it's improving the economy if it only benefits those on top. Well, the idea is if they actually succeed at chipping away at the counter hegemony there in the form of Iran, and to some extent Russia. Like there are a lot of economic gains to be had by having Iran not have a say in what happens in the area. I mean, that's kind of my take, and not without being a huge economy buff. Yeah, I know, FG, I know. I know. I might have it again, too. I might have the same conversation again one day. We've executed tens of thousands of people with foreign conflict. Yeah, I mean, but the idea is, you know, it's like, why can't the facts just be reported? There was a crackdown on a color revolution in Iran, and hundreds of people died, possibly thousands of people died. Like, why can't the facts just be reported accurately? You know? Because capitalism, it has to do this. Like, it has to do this. It has to pervert the truth because it's a very unfair system. You know? Obviously, we're dealing with imperialism here versus a kind of a theocratic government. This is not the standard, you know, West versus socialist state, but it's very much so the same power levers. Log says not executed, but the went Tiananmen Square light. That's what I'm trying to say. Pretty much every like bad thing that happens under some opposing system is completely dramatized. Tiananmen Square, we've talked about the Holodomor 5,000 times, and we've talked about everything that goes into this. Like, and every time there's an example of something that makes one of these antagonistic parties look bad, it is just hyperbolized, exaggerated, and straight up propagandized to hell and back. And it's just like, what's wrong with the truth? You know how bad it makes China look, the events surrounding the Tiananmen Square massacre event? But what we learned is just not how it went down. Like, why can't you just report the facts? Because obviously, you know, there's great shared interest in besmirching any of these efforts from taking hold. It's not random. Aren't thousands of Iranians dead from the bombings? Yeah, we've been killing lots of Iranians. I mean, don't get me wrong. We're not just like bombing Iran metro areas. Like, you know, Israel's doing like a ground invasion in like Lebanon, as far as I know, just murdering everybody there. I'm investing in Ant 17 because it's my favorite series. Oh, he's a fan of Ant. There you go. Guess I forgot that fact. What's the name of that buff anime guy? I can't remember his name. Not like Jiru or something. We're not really talking about Palestine anymore because that pretty much no longer exists. Well, Israel just tightened up aid restrictions on Palestine. On Gaza right now. Like just real recently. They were getting too much aid. Is what it comes down to. I mean, you know what's so funny is like right now, the West and just the world, the capitalist world in general, is like the language they use around the Strait of Hormuz is hilarious. Like they are obsessed with that Hormuzi. I can't stop myself. Let me just be clear here. Like we are calling the Iran defending the waterway that it controls. We're comparing that to an embargo. Do you know what an actual embargo looks like? It's not on like a little bit of oil. An embargo looks like what we're doing to Cuba, which is starving them of food, oil, and medicine. What an embargo looks like is what Israel and America has done to Gaza, which is refuse flotillas to come in with aid, literally shoot aid providers as they try to distribute, right? That's what a true embargo looks like, right? What Iran is doing with the Strait of Hormuz is executing their military ability to defend their sovereignty, right? They're not imposing that on anybody. That's their strait. Just like if somebody tried to invade through Panama, we would lock it down as part of the Americas, right? But that's an embargo. That's the worst thing ever. This Iranian regime is forming this terroristic embargo on the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, we are murdering Gazans and Cubans still. just by this embargo. And you got to understand what an embargo is. It doesn't mean that we're not going to sell you things. It means nobody's allowed to sell you things by threat of death. That's what that means. Ask yourself, who's the bad guy? You don't like the way Iran runs their government? Dude, I don't give a fuck. It's a red damn herring. It means nothing. It means nothing. It's completely irrelevant. In fact, fuck you for even having the nerve to say that. I bet you haven't been to Iran. I bet you honestly don't even know how it works. You just understand there's oppression there, and that's enough to justify an invasion in your small liberal little mind. That's what I feel for these people that cheer this shit on. Warden, what's up, dude? The rules the U.S. has to follow for targeting are insanely restrictive. Ask the Iranian ballistic missile operators how careless they get to be with their weapons. Excuse me? The U.S. started the salvo out by bombing a school full of girls. When you say the U.S. has to follow restrictive rules and that you start off by bombing 150 fucking 8-year-olds, I'm sorry, nobody's going to believe you. Nobody cares about your restrictions because you just did that. Real Scythor says small liberal little mind. Yeah, liberal to a Marxist means a capitalist. If you're not aware of that. The school bombing was LLM's doing. I'm just explaining to you that these restrictions, these precisions that Israel and the US claim to have, nope. Hey yo! Hey yo, this was one of my Discord mods and he just quit the Linux Discord because of those views. That's hilarious, dude. See ya, buddy. He's an Australian. Australians have some of the worst politics in the world. You know, I liked you, bud, but obviously you're bitch made. If me pushing back against the US hegemony is that important to you, go fuck yourself. What a soft little child. I would actually, honestly, it's doing me a favor because like my mods need to have some semblance of empathy here, right? Marxist to an anarchist is a conservative, I suppose. Well, that's just extremely uneducated, right? I mean, that's just like, that's showing that you don't know anything about Marxism nor anarchism. Both of them are left-wing ideologies. They differ on the role of the state, right? Marxist is the precursor to communism, precursor to Marxist-Leninism, socialism, right? If you think that a Marxist is right in any capacity to anarchism, I don't think you have any idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Hey, what up, Ingenic? Hey, yo, I honestly wasn't expecting one of my longtime Linux mods to be a capitalist dog, but I guess, honestly, there it is. I mean, anybody can get it, dude. If you show up to these streams, you better be ready to hear some shit you're not ready to hear. For real. I'm not worried, man. I'll find more people that have a heart, that understand that this is not out of hatred. And in fact, this is everything I say is born out of love for the working class. Every single thing I say is born out of that. This hatred towards America, this is born out of our mistreatment of the working class, our perpetual dominance, our dominance, the way that we instill capitalism everywhere and don't give anybody a chance to do other systems. It's just ideology rape. That's what imperialism is. That's what colonialism is. That's what capitalism is. Hey, what up, Rail? Is this a Snowflake stream? I don't know. It's funny. I feel like I should be more shook about that. but I'm not at all. How are you going to mod my Discord for like a year and not know I'm a socialist? What's a system that's balanced with capitalism and socialism? Okay, these two things are not compatible. This is the big problem that a lot of people have that are social democrats, right? And we talk about Scandinavian countries, how they're social democracies, not socialism. The reason why you can't balance these two things, you can in theory, but the reason why it doesn't work is because capitalism is non-congruent with socialism, right? Adopting welfare programs is not adopting socialism, right? If anything, all you can do is, as a transitioning society into socialism, you can use elements of capitalism almost against it to transition out. And we see that in China. We see that in pretty much all of these. The Pego says, what? You're social? Couldn't read the room. I don't know what to say. He was an Australian guy, Teravan appointed to be a mod. I always got along with him well. He kept the Discords decent during the off hours, but like, you show up to a socialist stream and you're surprised that I'm anti-US. Australians have extremely bad politics, folks. I mean, they almost rival the United States in terms of bad politics. There has to be a way you can't have true socialism without some sort of capitalism. Money has to come from somewhere. Yeah, but that's the problem is you just don't really understand what socialism means, right? With socialism, we still have trade. The only thing we're doing is there's no profit. Right? It goes to the workers, right? That's a big part of socialism. There's obviously governmental aspects, centralization, naturalizing businesses, planning, right? But you got to understand, the money is all still there. Everybody's still doing everything we're doing. There's still, the money's being printed by the governments and being balanced, right? That doesn't change. What changes is that you don't get to exploit each other and steal money from labor that you didn't perform. So, like, it's just a fundamental misunderstanding. What it looks like to have a little capitalism and socialism is to allow a little bit of exploitation. It just doesn't make any sense. If you're smart enough to understand socialism and want it in your government, why would you want any capitalism? You could argue innovation, blah, blah, blah. Dude, socialist governments have historically had not issues with these problems that we constantly cite as like, oh, this is the reason for capitalism. Blue Star's messing with our minds. Nah, she's cool. What's up, Rob? But basically, FG, let me walk it back for a second. Basically, what I'm saying is that there is a line in the sand between allowing people to profit off of other people's work and then not, right? We know that capitalism is to the right because profit means other people did something that you benefited from financially, directly. You stole their labor. With socialism, you can take little elements of capitalism. You could have like a little government allowed area and allow certain highly regulated capitalism. I mean, look at China. It is definitionally one of the most successful socialist states of all time. It's extremely robust in just about all the metrics that matter, right? And they still use tons of elements of capitalism, and this is why people get confused. But it's highly regulated, and the capitalism serves the proletariat instead of the bourgeois. You have to understand how it's figured out. Wouldn't it be trade label for the time, money, stole their labor? No, I'm talking about profit, right? So if you build a product and sell it, you just earned money. But if you build a product and your boss takes it and sells it for twice and then gives you half, that's profit. He stole that. That's stealing. That's what socialism's all about. Like, that's the biggest part of it. How remuneration works for artists? Yeah, government would step in. I mean, you even see capitalist governments doing this. With grants. I think, what is it, Ireland right now is paying artists like a UBI. Yeah, so for art, it's like it's a simple case of, if you're not going to have this huge profit motive, you still have people selling art and performing, but you also have a government that understands that arts is part of humanity and earmarks money for it. Yeah, there wouldn't be royalties, of course. Well, not in the ways that we're used to, yeah. People still make money in socialism. It's a very common misunderstanding. What's up, Sir Gus says? Anyway. Oss Retro, what's up, buddy? I would agree with you 20 years ago after working with others, the issues, the humans. Yeah, I don't think humans are the problem. I think the system is the problem, personally. I don't want any of that crap, socialist or capitalist. Get off my lawn. I'll pay my taxes. Just leave me. So you got a libertarian mindset. We got a bunch of those in chat. You're allowed to be capitalist here. You're allowed to be libertarian here. You're not allowed to be fascist in my chat, obviously. And if you don't know what that is, I guess that's the you problem. I don't really care about people that are like somewhat normal, even if they don't understand capitalism. But the weapons of mass destruction, I'll be the judge of that. Just be careful. If they start talking about Iran having WMDs, you know what's about to happen. TAC nukes are coming out. Hey, what up, Parody? Wish I knew more to be involved in the convo. Well, you know that you probably work for a living and that, you probably are getting some of your money stolen. Nah, you're good. You had the bust of Marx. You're good enough. You get it for royalties. You just go exclusive from the artist who plays the song. Yeah, but I think it would be another word besides royalty, But yeah, I don't know the terms. That's why I was pausing. I'm like, I think it would just be like they'd be getting paid, right, for their use of the song, kind of thing. That's why I'm anarchist. No system problems. Hey, I like anarchists. Anarchism is not for me, but it's like still leftist. It still understands that capitalism is a major fucking problem. It just thinks that there's no form of state that's the answer, and that's fine. I just disagree. That's all. I'm not going to sit here and argue with anarchists. Are you kidding me? Like, I have some solidarity. I'm not an idiot. You can go to a random forum if you want to argue with each other on the left. You're not allowed to be liberal. You have little mind with the point I was making either. No need for the ad hominem. Well, liberalism is synonymous with capitalism to the Marxists. So when I say small liberal mind, would it make it easier if I said small capitalist mind? Because to me, that's what I'm saying. Politically, ideologically, a liberal believes in a couple of things. Capitalism's chief among them, right? But private property is another one, right? So I think liberalism is awful. Scythor said it would be easier if you didn't add small mind. Do we need insults among discourse? Yeah, definitely, yeah. So personally, I make sure to extremely antagonize fascists. I make sure to make fun of chuds, and I make sure to antagonize a little bit liberals. So if small mind was that bad for you, you need to go quickly, because this is going to get a lot worse for you when people start showing up and shutting out. Gotta head to work, stay classy, enjoy your coffee. Yeah, man. Take care, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna make that right quick. Everybody knows that you should never, ever, ever, ever use the stick. You should always just give the carrot immediately to the person, right? When someone comes up to you with like fucking face tats on and they start menacing you and they pull a gun out, you should just give him a carrot and be like, you know what? Here you go, man. Here, the positive reinforcement is going to change your mind, right? Fuck no, dude. That stick is important. When you get little Hitler lights coming up to you, when you get little fucking fascist, little bigoted scumbags coming up to you, dog, you ain't getting no carrot from me, man. You getting that metaphorical stick every single time. And you gotta understand something. When I call some people small-minded liberals, that's not even talking about all liberals. You just took offense to that for some reason. There are probably mad capitalists with large minds that believe in what they're doing and have some degree of ability to articulate why. I just don't think, you identify as one of those based on your thoughts. Honestly, like, the whole liberal shtick of civility is like, it gets so fucking grating because, quite frankly, like, if anybody deserves a lack of civility pointed towards them, it's probably centrists. It's probably these people that are like, they think they're progressive because they want healthcare or something, but they have no idea their entire system's built on exploitation. The liberal had nothing to do with it. I just don't see the point of insulting you. It diminishes your argument. You're kind of missing the point. What's the problem? You're telling me that my incivility is diminishing my point. I'm telling you that you're soft, and I love antagonizing liberals because they deserve it. That's my point. So what do you think I'm missing? I find that most capitalists struggle to maintain. Why do you think I'm a liberal? I mean, you apparently self-identify as a liberal. I said something about small-minded liberals, and you're up in arms about it. So clearly, you identify as that? Why are you so upset by this otherwise? I don't get it, Scythor. I said small-minded liberals. You're not liberal, and you're so upset about me saying small-minded? I can't even give you the context of why I said it, but I probably did something that dumb liberals do, and I described it as something that small-minded liberals do. I'm sure. Yeah, I have no issue with this. Bro. Okay, see you checking out. So here's the problem, all right? You're soft. You think you have a point. I countered it, and now you checked out. You're not cut out for this, bro. You're not cut out for this. You are genuinely soft. I'm willing to bet that you are a liberal and that you do have a small mind. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on both, right? But I'm willing to bet you subscribe to capitalism and you have never read a single Marxist work of your life. Never an anarchist work. Nothing that would ever contradict your opinion. That's my guess. I could be way off. Your counter to discourse doesn't need insults is you're soft. Correct. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that discourse does need insults. Did you miss the part about the carrot and the stick? Did that fly way over your head, Scythor? Because what I was saying with that whole carrot and the stick bit was that sometimes you need to actually bop people. You need to be a little uncivil. And when it comes to capitalism, exploiting the working class to the industrial scale that we do, yeah, you got to be a little uncivil, bud. Oh my God. Oh my God, you're so soft. I'm not gonna ban you. I'm just gonna keep you around and make fun of you, dude. You're so soft. Don't come to these streams if you're this soft. Sheesh. We're allowed to be upset about and insult the people preaching in civility. Dude, of course. This is the type of dude who will sit down across from a Nazi and be like, "Oh, hello there, sir. How are you, friend?" Shut up, dude. Soft as hell. He's like, what makes you think I'm a liberal? I ain't one of them pussy liberals. I'm a conservative. How much you want to bet? Yikes, dude. This is a little bit too advanced for you. I don't know what to say. This is on brand given the current eve. Yeah, we're going to talk about that today, too. We're going to break down the politics of the people on campaign today. Yeah, you can bang today, guys. No problem, but don't get out of here with this shit. I'm now, it's number 6 now. I'm practiced at this. Bear Juice Sly, what's up, dude? Rob, how you doing, man? I think the small-minded liberals are likely people who haven't really thought about their stance a huge amount. They deserve the carrot. People who thought about it and still believe in exploitation deserve the stick. Sure. This is a fair take. I gotta take a walk into town and get some dumb shit for my brother's B-Day. Oh, happy birthday to your brother. Can you pause for a bit? Yeah, alright, hold on. I'll pause. Fuck it. I can't do that. My man, Hostas CH, what's that mean? Lateral Edge, what's up, bro? Ban you for another 30 minutes? You got it, bro. See you in 30. Liberals and conservatives can go together. It depends on the space-time you live back during Thatcher and Reagan. Conservative meant liberal. What's up, Star? I don't think you have any understanding of political ideology when you say that. I mean, I know what you mean. I know you're talking about ideology flipping, and there's even a party reversal in the US, right? But you know, I thought I explained this, but like when we say liberalism, when we're talking academically through the lens of Marxism, we're not talking about conservatism or progressivism. We're talking about people that believe in capitalism and private property, which is Democrats and Republicans, right? So this party flip is irrelevant. They're all liberals, right? That's kind of what I'm talking about here. Like when you're looking at it from the academic lens, the terminology changes completely. We're not talking about Dems and Republicans in the American bipartisan system. We're not even talking about labor or corpo and labor coalition spectrums. We're talking about capitalism and socialism. Which is completely different. You're talking about people that have different ideas as to the mode of production for the entire state. That's a big difference. I have a request I'd like you to be brutally honest with me about. Yeah, what do you got? Uh-oh. Brutally honest with you? Okay. You gift like 800 subs. You want me to be honest? All right, fuck it. Let's do it. Why not? What you got? What's your opinion on my views, such as can there be a balance? I think it's just uneducated, man. I feel like if you read a little bit of these books, I think you'll have a different stance. That's my honest opinion. I can't spare you no matter how many subs you give me. There can be a balance of trade. There can be a balance of what the government does. There can be a balance of democratic processes in the government, but there will never be a balance of exploitation that I'm comfortable with. So if you think it could exist, it does right now. We've looked at China. We've analyzed its capitalist pillars inside, but should it exist? Do we want it to exist? Not at all. So my opinion is that I could even give you, I say start reading Black Shirts and Reds. It's like the first introduction to like, what is fascism? Like some basic ideas. It's written in a really short way. Read Black Shirts and Reds and then come back to me. And then if your opinion is the same after Black Shirts and Reds, FG, like I have a different conversation altogether, right? Or if you want to read, Principles of Communism by Frederick Engels, like that's another good way to get an understanding as to what these systems mean. You could even just read the pamphlet Communist Manifesto and just learn a little bit as to like what the hook is, as to why we even care about this. Can you send me these books? Yeah, I got you. I'm just gonna send you the three I mentioned, but like, there's so much. The first one, it's on it's right here. It's behind me. This is Black Shirts and Reds. I had Gravy read it. It's a really good look, like from Michael Parenti, a leftist academic. It just kind of like just goes into like the big picture of, I suppose, this slide and this divide into like hyper-capitalism devolving into fascism and the alternatives. And it does it through a lens of like academic rigor. Like I don't, you just have to read it. It's not that big. If you read it and come back and tell me in a couple weeks that you read it and that you think the balance is still capable, I would want to know why then, right? That's all. That's the best honest I can give you, bro. Hey, what up, Neandir? You two didn't put me on my front page? Uh-oh. We have another libertarian on Twitch, Neandir. I forget who it was. It was somebody. Also, somebody told me that I said small-minded liberals, and he got extremely upset with me. Are we watching Lemming Pound Cake? I think we should. I think we should. All right, let's watch a little Pound Cake action. You have a tweet? Uh-oh, really? I feel like I'm basically invisible because I don't say enough chud bullshit.
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break.
If you guys don't know, this dude just won the whole thing is fucking annoying, right? He was like taunting cops because they were fucking with him. They literally raided his house, stole his money. He got it on camera. And then they sued him for making more songs. The cops sued him, and then he just beat the case. And then they throw out his counter suit or something. What is it?
They found no kidnapping victims. Just
Dude, I don't know how to use X. I can't use Twitter, bro. I don't know what this is.
some lemon pound cake. Mama's
Look at this
lemon
fucking guy.
pound cake. It tastes so nice.
He's on Twitter.
It made the
Let's see if it goes through. All right. Well, shout out to Afroman for sticking it to the peeps. Here, do you have Discord? You don't use Discord, do you? What'd Parody do? He said he wanted to go AFK for 30 minutes. Let's see here. What's your opinion on my views? By the way, I got a couple of Black Shirts and Reds. Yeah, it's a good book. Honestly, everybody should read it. If you're a staunch capitalist, you should be able to read Black Shirts and Red and have no issue. That's it. I'll never be mad if you being honest with me. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, and when I say uneducated, this is a simple matter of like, you got to read just or listen to a little bit on it. This isn't like, oh, my man doesn't know math. It's not that word. This is shit that's been kept away from you. This is why Carnegie built libraries. I don't necessarily agree with some of the stuff he said. Yeah, I'm imagining most of my chat doesn't agree with these takes. But they understand someone that is passionate about the topic. It's fun to watch. Appreciate you, King. I don't know math. Yeah, I'm bad at math, too. Are you proud of me? You read Revolution or Reform? What did you think? It's a classic leftist work. I mean, it underscores a lot of, you know, why we are so mad at like the sock dem style folks and the dem socks. Yo, I got multiple people reading books now. Holy shit. I feel like I'm basically invisible because I don't spew enough chud bullshit. Dude, chud bullshit has like jumped the shark. It really has. Thoughts on Trump? You mean, did my link work? Here we go. Let me try this. Try. Oh, this is the recap. Oh, okay. I thought you were sending me a video. That's why I wasn't into it. Okay, here's the recap on Afroman. Why do we like this? Well, because you gotta understand, you know, you ever hear someone say all cops are bastards? You ever hear that before, chat? You know why they say that? Is it because they individually hate every cop? No, it's because they hate the class of cops under capitalism. Because we know that cops' main goal is protecting private property under capitalism. That's why people say that, okay? It's not because they hate your friend Steve, who's a cop, all right? They don't hate his personality. They just hate the class that he belongs to. You understand that? And they have good reason to, right? So this is kind of part of leftism, is understanding the ways in which the state, the bourgeois, use the police apparatus to further oppress the proletariat in the form of enforcing extremely one-sided property rights. Everybody knows it's illegal to be homeless in America. And it's like, that is shocking. That is a shocking statement. So here's what the trial was. It says, cops raid Afroman's house for bullshit reasons. They steal his money, kick down his door, and fuck up his house. They find no criminal acts. No charges at all were pressed. Afroman spends the next 3 years making songs that make fun of all the officers involved, even using footage of the raid from his own CCTVs. Songs had titles like Randy Walters is a son of a bitch and Lick 'em low, Lisa, accusing one of the officers of being a lesbian, which, nothing wrong with that. I mean, I don't know why that's bad. Oh, and sleeping with one of the officers' lives. Okay. During the raid, one officer looked like he was about to eat some lemon pound cake sitting on Afroman's counter. Afroman made a whole album calling the officer fat. The cops get mad and file a lawsuit for defamation. Afroman turns up to court in a whole-ass American flag suit, as shown here. Officers performatively mauled and cried while listening to the songs, really trying to oversell how badly the songs upset them. One officer was suing because Afroman made a whole song about him, saying he was fucking the officer's wife. When the officer was asked if Afroman was really fucking his wife, he said, "I don't know," nuking his own case and establishing that there is a non-0% chance that Afroman might actually be fucking his wife. As his only witness for the trial, Afroman brought a deputy's ex-fucking wife. The jury ruled completely in favor of Afroman. Perfect. Thank you, Neandir. Perfect, dude. Excellent. No notes. None. When the officer was asked if Afroman was really fucking his wife, he said, I don't know. I mean, can you ever really know if Afroman is not fucking your wife? I mean, shit. I don't have eyes currently on my girlfriend and Afroman right now. I don't have it. I don't have the cameras on. Thank you, Neandir. Haas says, with the current political climate, the book How Fashion Works, The Politics of Us and Them by Jason Stanley is a good short read. Yeah? I'm gonna look at it real quick. Yale University professor. I gotta look at the guy. So is it really important, like, before you look at a political work, to look at who wrote it, right? Like, the 3 books that I recommended were written by Michael Parenti, Karl Marx, and Friedrich Engels, right? Like, those people you probably know or can look them up, right? I just don't know who this person. You always got to look the person up, because what happens is a lot of times you'll get like really bold statements about communism or even capitalism from people that have no written works, no body of work, no history, right? Oh, somebody just mapped Tabby. Paku did, hell yeah. Libertarians, children, you're for the mines. Also, International Corps will totally care to not pollute the water supply of a small rural town. Also roads. Don't forget roads. Scyther says, how do we get from where we are now to where you want to be? Where's the middle part? I mean, look no further than China or the Soviet Union, right? It generally involves a revolution, working class consciousness, industrialization, defenses. I mean, there's a bunch of socialist countries right now. Like I always point this out every week, but like there are there's several socialist countries out there right now doing the thing, changing the mode of production. It's not mythical. You would rather live in China? Well, there's 2 things. First of all, I know you're asking that as like kind of a gotcha, but first of all, I think China's based as fuck. They have amazing cities. The proletariat there actually has say in their government, unlike us, which is shocking because it's a one-party state and you think it's totalitarian, right? The quality of life, like I said, is good. Middle class, as we call it, part of that part of the proletariat is extremely equipped with homes, right? But do I want to move there? I don't know. I've never been. I have no idea. I don't want to move anywhere. I want to live and die in the United States of America because I believe that if you were born in the empire, the most cowardly thing you can do is leave and run away. Your job is to agitate and fight from within. Your job is to develop working class consciousness. Your job is to take care of your neighbors, except for that guy. Fuck him. Everybody else, though. And your job is to be a soldier for the working class instead of just fucking squirt out like a little bitch worm. So that's why I don't want to move to China. Not because I think it's not nice there. I think it's fantastic there, surely. I mean, you could just look on YouTube if you want to see what it looks like there. You know, in one of their tier 1 cities. So would I rather live in China? I mean, I don't know. I've never been. But, you know, the question is just full. It just reeks of bad faith. But I'm happy to deal with it. What people forget about in the early 20th century Russia is there were 2 revolutions. There was one before the Bolsheviks came to power. If language wasn't a barrier, China have their shit together. Even the concept of having a societal ID that is tracked is net positive for safety. Yeah, the whole idea that China is tracking you, it's like, it's hysterical. Like nowadays, like I bet you the US is better with all this shit that got going on. It's like, fuck you. People talk about social credit scores. They have no idea what's going on. Was it a real thing? Yeah, but do you know what it is? Do you know what the social credit score was? Because it was really, really, really similar to what our credit scores are. But just obviously more equitable and less exploitative and more accountable and regulated, like everything else. Don't you need an armed movement from the proletariat for the inevitable fascist? Yeah, but we'll just ask the libertarians to come out with their long guns. Yeah, revolution generally implies force, yeah. When I asked your stance on guns, you said you should know the answer to that. I'm assuming we were both pro-gun for the same reason. I was surprised you said anti. Yeah, no. So I don't think being pro-gun is being is being anti-gun is being against an armed revolution. I don't think that they're the same. Maybe they are though. I've never really thought about that perspective. I'm just saying personally, I don't want to own a gun because I don't, I just don't, I don't like the idea. But when it comes to like pushing back against fascism or overthrowing an exploitative regime like the US or something, it's like, I mean, how else did you think you were going to do that? I mean, no part of me is telling people to do that. It's not my goal. I just want to educate and talk, but Edward Bernstein revisionist idea of socialism, but also made me realize something I forgot to ask you. Okay, that was a segue. What's up, FG? China's not bad. Well, I mean, China's quite good from everything I can see from the outside in. Could be a grass is greener thing. Who knows? Watch out for motorcycles on the sidewalk. That's awesome. Shanesley says, step into a cool conversation. Yeah, on Fridays, I just let the politics rip. I bought a freighter, but I'm too scared to undock it. Oh, no. Wait, jump freighter or regular freighter? If it's regular, you can undock it with nothing in it and nobody will kill you. My toenail fell off? Hey, yo. One time I shot myself in the foot with a paintball gun, my big toe, and that shit turned blue and fell off. The old Tipman 98 custom. About an inch away from my toe. Let that trigger rip. Boom. Not fun. I've lived in China and the US, chose Europe in the end. Ross says, have you seen anything from Laowai86 who lived in China as an American and left even though he really liked the country and found a wife there? No. But I don't think we should base, our opinions on economic modes of production off of, singular YouTube creators, to be fair. I'm sure that's not what you do, though. Eric Reinert says, been trying to watch content recorded on Fridays for Friday Energy. Finally, it's currently content. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna put these in like a playlist or something later. At a pro-Israel lobby org reached out to me about Iran. After about an hour, they said they appreciate my creativity and passion, but they couldn't talk to you anymore. My boy. They're really insightful, yeah. China's filled with problems below the high-level ideological and government level. That's why it's not bad, but it wouldn't live there long term. I mean, if he had asked, is China better to live in than the US? I mean, obviously. That's an obvious. Is there a big difference basing views from a YouTuber or an author? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like, I'm not even sure where to go with that. Like, I'm trying to be respectful. Like an author, you're not just, you can't just write something down and be an authoritative, figure on a subject just because you're an author, right? Like the 3 books I mentioned were by like people that have like life works in like academic Marxism. The guy, one of them was Marx himself. So to just say like, oh, is this YouTuber, is it okay to, accept an author's word but not a YouTuber? It's like, well, if the YouTuber was like somebody who devoted his life to like studying Marxism, I guess I'd have to take his, his words seriously. But a guy who lived in China as an American and makes YouTube videos, I guess I'm failing to understand why this is relevant. Wish more experts or masters were right. Thinking about reaching out to you for doing some corp leadership like you mentioned. Wait, who are you? Eric Reinert? Are you my corp? I don't recognize your username. What's up, dude? But generally, you're going to watch video form stuff for entertainment. Sometimes you'll get videos of speeches and whatnot, but we generally don't consider video format to be the way we learn about history and economics and, academic topics. It's like you're just comparing an anecdote to actual science. And I you know, it's cool to hear how people live in China, but I don't know how. It's the quick dismissal. Well, it was quickly dismissed because I just don't see how some YouTuber's opinion on China is relevant here. You know, everything I've been saying has been based in like quality of living, quality of city, class divide, class, you know, interests and like development. Like everything I've been saying has been based in material reality, and you're just basically throwing out this random guy's opinion. You know, I don't see how, even if he goes and does a lot of homework, like why do we care? That would be your job to tell me that instead of just giving his name. I'd rather have my socialist comrades armed, even if we disagree on anything. I think a lot of socialists stay armed, man. Oh, I see, yeah. No, I feel you, Nander. Well, I don't want to get a gun because I just don't, you know, I mean, my brain's weird, right? But, I mean, I think most socialists have no problem owning guns. I spent long periods of time living in China. Wouldn't consider myself. Oh, I didn't know that. I guess you might have mentioned that, but I forgot. Yeah, but I mean, this is just like another anecdote. But it's useful if I'm trying to understand like maybe a culture on the street level or like, you know, what it's like through the eyes of a Westerner. That's all useful. But like somebody asked me would I want to live there, and you know, that's all I can base that on is straight up like data. You don't want to get a gun because you haven't discovered shooting sporting clays? Well, I mean, guns are fun, but I'm not saying I wouldn't want one for fun. Video format can give you an overview to get you interested in looking deeper into a subject, but shouldn't be your only source. I think we're just kind of getting lost in the weeds here. Like, the reason it was dismissed is because it just wasn't relevant. It was interesting, surely. I'm sure it was interesting. I'm sure it would be fascinating to watch, but this whole thing started because somebody asked me, would I want to live in China instead of the US, ostensibly? And I'm not really sure if somebody would go anywhere, answer that question off of, you know, any video they watched. Very bizarre conversation. Go left far enough, get your guns back. China, currently 28% of the world's industrial production, US 17%. Believe that figure is correct, though, so I haven't totally fact. What's up, Shamfara? Golf range is a waste of perfectly good gun range. Let's turn it into a park. Fuck you both. Books have been the main form of conferring specific information to the populace because there wasn't a viable alternative, but I remember how long before the video becomes acceptable. Video is acceptable. It's just not a good format for studying or academics. There's nothing wrong with a video. We can go watch Yellow Parenti's speech right now, and it's substantive. It's worth watching. It's provocative. It's useful. It's academic, but you know, I feel like maybe this is being interpreted as a bias against video, but it's actually just an understanding of the shortcomings of the format. The only decent Republican is Irish. Fight me. What a statement. First of all, no Republican is decent. Second of all, I don't know. I got nothing for the Irish. They're all right. They're all right. What are the shortcomings? It feels like I'm like a college professor and somebody like let their kid in here and is like asking me questions about like the most basic fun. I'm now being asked, what are the shortcomings of video format for academic study to relay information versus books? Somebody's literally asking me that right now. Bro, stop fucking asking dumb questions. Also says, I think his views, even if the anecdotal, still have some value. I'm sure they have value, but not in this topic. If you want to know what it's like to live there culturally, or if you're interested in this guy, or he's going to a certain place you want to go, or if you want to, you know, get a feel for like, you know, the Google Street View style of exploring an area, but through someone else vicariously, really good reasons to watch somebody like that. Maybe he has good insight on it too. Welcome to the ChatGPT. Dude, I don't know what to say. It's like, fuck me. Like, no, dude, videos are fine, but you can't get the same information from a video that you can a book. You can't flip through the fucking video. You can't search. There's no glossary for the video. You can't go back and forth. You can't circle shit on a video. It's not. Like, has anybody like gone to school? It's so discouraging. A video does not require as much thought as a book, but the modern profit incentive requires putting more videos out without caring for the accuracy of the information. Well, sure. I mean, how much slop is there? But we're talking about academic. I mean, this whole mode of mode of economic production, economic mode of production. I can't speak. This whole thing is academic. None of this has anything to do with your feelings. None of it. It gives more. Yeah, so I haven't seen it. Yeah. What are the shortcomings on skateboards over electric cars and light rails? Well, first of all, if you put me on a skateboard, I'm going to fall and break my neck instantly. Mr. Fishy, what's up, dude? My college books look like coloring books now. Yeah, I just, you know, it's okay, like, to ask questions, but, like, fuck, man. Hitting college and actually having access to research journals. I mean, but yeah, but I'm being careful because, like, not everybody has the opportunity to go to college. Like, I'm just being like, you know. Yeah, so you didn't upset me. You're just making yourself look like a fucking idiot. Right? Nobody's upset. What's happening is you're just wasting everybody's time with dumb questions to try to troll me, right? Just knock it off and just be a good chatter and stop asking dumb shit. We're trying to have a conversation about the world, right? I'm not here to convince you why you can't learn Marxism through YouTube, bro. Symptoms of a small mind. As an engineering student, I'm not really doing much with political science. Everything's political, including bridges. All right, Maya, you told me that. I'm pissed someone tilt and leave again. My shorts are riding up on me. I love the honesty. Dude, what do you want me to say? Look at the difference between you and him. Like, you felt something different. You asked my opinion. You're willing to learn. Dude, it's just like, oh, I've upset you because I've asked about YouTube. Stop calling people idiots. Fuck off. Not the damn riding shorts. Plenty of bread too, but you would, dude. Yes, you can learn things, right? Nobody's saying that. I can't do this anymore. I can't do it. I can't do this conversation. I gotta change. This is crazy. I just got here what I miss. Somebody wants to know why YouTube videos are not as good as books for learning. I don't know what to say. Like, I just straw man them, but I don't care. I've made everyone defend video. I think so. This is not YouTube. Dude, just stop. Ban him so we move to smarter questions. I'm just hoping that he'll be quiet. I mean, I learned this with Cycle, that these people just can't help themselves, but... On different note, do you have to TLDR on the deal? Yeah, we got to pull this up. That's a good topic change. Let's pull up the Galente election here. This was the book recommended by Haas. Stanley. Linguistics, neuroscience. I mean, it's hard to believe that this person isn't a socialist, but it's possible. It doesn't say anything about his political views. Still worth reading if he's a liberal, if he has views on fascism. Still worth reading. Potentially. Let's look at, real quick, this Galente election, though. We'll have some fun with this. You guys can spit that hot fire. So what do we got going on here? What is going on with this Galente election? Anybody have any idea? Let me fix these chats here real quick. There we go. Should probably make window rules for this. Anybody know what's going on with this chat here? or sorry, this political party. So it says we have 3 presidential candidates. So Galente, the old Federation. 1 minute left in your ban. You can get office. Yeah, we read all the patch notes. I'm just looking at the politics now. People were asking me yesterday about the politics, and I said I would do it today. So first of all, can anybody find the fascist here? Can anybody find Il Duce? Anybody? Where's the Führer? Obviously, you know, they're not admitting to it, but we know that this person, you know, if given the opportunity, would do fascism in half a second, right? Half a second, right? Stronger corporate freedoms. What that means, the reciprocal to stronger corporate freedoms is weaker consumer or working class rights or protections. That's what that means. Weaker people protections, right? So this person wants weaker protections for people. They want privatized robotic development, which means, wait for it, no government involvement, less regulation, robotics used to displace labor forces to further the fascist dream of having a completely submissive workforce that you can exploit to reasons, to levels that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do in any type of liberal democracy, right? Okay. And a more assertive military posture. What that means is that instead of using our weapons defensively, like let's say Iran or DPRK or the Soviet Union, right? We want to use them outwardly, like the United States, Israel, a lot of Europe, right? We want to use our weapons outwardly. We want to do imperialism. This, make no mistake, is Il Duce. Okay? Do we agree with this? Like, they're not going to say I'm a fascist, but this is somebody that, you know, would purport to be like, I'm very far right. You know, I really, like, this is somebody that we have people like this in the US government, straight up. They're fascists. They just can't like say it. And of course, people don't understand what it is. You have an SKS from Russia with a stamp star. Is it bad I chose Rodin for the skin? Well, okay, well. Sometimes you just got to elect the fascists for some treats, you know? It's okay. I don't give a shit. You can feel the suffering that went into the SKS. Yeah, well. Hopefully it still shoots for you. So if we have a bona fide fascist, somebody who celebrates imperialism, right? You know, I gotta say, this is like indistinguishable from like Kamala Harris's platform. I'm just being real. Like, this is like her platform. Anyway, so next up we have Lucas and Alex. So what are these? Do we have any libertarians here? Do we have any socialists here? What do we have here? We get treats. I'm going to have to swap my vote. Yeah. If you vote for the fascists, you get twice the treats. Socialist lib here. There's no such thing as a socialist lib. Tenzin would be more on the... Why would he be more on the socialist side? What about this talks about capitalism or the mode of production? What about this has anything to do with socialism? Federal unity? Okay. Stronger support for disadvantaged citizens? Yeah, that's a byproduct, but it's not really even the main focus necessarily. You can do that under capitalism with the various welfare programs, right? So Lucas is not a socialist. This is very much so a liberal, a capitalist, but it's a progressive capitalist, right? This is probably one of your sock dems, right? One of your, you know, AOC styles, right? Your Bernie styles. This is somebody who's through and through a liberal. They believe in private property and capitalism, but they also want people to suffer less. They're confused because they know what socialism is, but they know they won't have a political career if they actually subscribe to it. So they have to do this bullshit, right? With that said, it's often the only option you can have that even makes any sense in the West. Now, because that option actually makes sense, even though it still purports to further capitalism, the US is very careful to never even put one of these people in front of you. It's very careful not to let one of these people get in charge, even though they're still line towing liberals. They still believe in capitalism, at least on paper. So like this is, you know, very much what people call the lesser of multiple evils, yeah? So if this is a progressive liberal, we'll say a social democrat, we're going to go with that, because I'm assuming that's kind of what we're leaning into here. And we have a couple of themes that borrow from socialism, but it's very much no commentary on the mode of production at all. So it's clearly not a socialist. What about Alex? It says promoting radical democratic reform, greater local autonomy, and unrestricted scientific exploration. Interesting. Could that be our libertarian? Anyone? What do you think, Neander? The pin got jammed up in there? That's Boris's fault, right? That's my one felony of the month. Oh, is it automatic? Oh, yeah. Hush, hush. Anarchic? Okay. Moreo's a rogue drone. A rouge drone. Maybe the radical democratic reform is the closest thing to sounding socialist. Although the greater local autonomy feels a bit more anarchist, maybe. Unrestricted scientific exploration is not libertarian. Neither are these other two. So not libertarian. So what do we have here? Why would an anarchist want unrestricted scientific exploration? Why do you feel there can't be a libertarian socialist? Oh, I mean, if you meant libertarian, it's possible. You could lean that way. I thought you meant liberal. The word lib almost always means liberal, at least in English parlance. The scientific thing doesn't really conform to a major political ideology. Well, you could argue this is Don't Tread on Me. But this is definitely an amalgamation of anarchist themes. This is, you know, you gotta understand, this is still not like leftist. Like, you gotta understand, reform, some leftists want that to be a thing, but history has shown reform is not an actual leftist ideal to chase, right? So it's like, this could mean that, you know, this could mean a couple different things, but I think it's an amalgamation of a couple different ideologies. Radical political reform could mean anything. Yeah, but we're trying to like use our brains. Like we read into the lines here, right? To me, this is kind of, you know, I see anarchy and I see some libertarianism in there. Yeah. But this is the one that's not a clear cut to me, honestly. I don't know if this is supposed to be like one thing that's obvious or not. I'm Republican. I'm chivalric. Well, chivalry is interesting. So who do we vote for here? I mean, you know, obviously we would go for the lesser of the evils here if we had to vote. But spoiler alert, I don't have to vote. One thing that Marxism frees you from is the burden of trolley problems. You don't have to worry about them. They do a deeper dive in each one? Oh yeah, you're right. They did, didn't they? Where's that at? Oh, that was on universe.eve.com. All right, let's see what Soraya got. It's a lot of lore, bro. When it comes to foreign policy, Rodin's campaign has been very heavy on aggressive, militaristic rhetoric. I'm not ashamed of that, Rodin explains. Together, we are the greatest power the cluster has ever seen. We should not be ashamed of that power. We need to secure a land for our children. I'm just kidding. Oh, God. Lebensraum. Like, hey, Hitler. Like, this thing is, like, about to do it. Not on my watch. So ridiculous. All right, well, I don't know if we need info on her. Let's get info on Alex, though. Maybe I'm missing something here. trying to not read it all, but oh, it is anarchy. Huh. This is too much fucking lore, dude. Okay. If only they had a video. Wait, they have a video? Where? Where's the video? I don't see the man. Oh, they don't. Oh. It says researchers should be allowed to follow science wherever it might take them. The freedom of ideas is a foundational principle of this federation. Without the freedom to explore, to take risks, the Gallente would never reach out to their neighbors. The first democracies were impossibly corrupt and unrepresentative by modern standards, as will our democracy seem to future generations. I question the nature of elected representatives in a civilization with advanced algorithms and instantaneous communications capabilities. What is a meaningful unit of governance for people who can move between planets in a matter of minutes? What is a path to greatest liberty for the self-determining individual with the collective of trillions of such individuals? Yeah, okay. What about my boy, though? What's his story? Most of these workers are second or third generation. He starts off, his fourth word is workers. This is my boy. All right, maybe he's hiding his power level. He says, I'm not anti-innovation. I just think that some people are pointing in the wrong direction. Why invest in smarter robots when the infirm would rather transfer into an Upwell clone than remain in the Federation? We should be investing in bodies that house them. Humans. Ooh, I like this guy. This guy says, I love to read history. Across New Eden, we see the same story on repeat. People live on one island, they meet people from another island, and they start throwing rocks at each other over fish that swim in the middle. Time goes on, islands become continents, planets, star systems, but the story remains the same. The Federation was one of the first time we as a species stopped and said, hey, what if we didn't fight over the fish? What if we shared them instead? And what a beautiful idea that was. But to keep that idea alive, we have to focus on the whole, not just our personal domains. Otherwise, we're just back to being a bunch of islands with too many rocks and not enough fish. All right, okay. You fucking call me! Sorry. Yo, I asked the person at the gas station for a lighter. I'm like, yo, I don't care what type it is. And she gives me a pink one. What does that mean? Am I gay now? Is my chat suddenly very happy? Hey, yo, this dude says academic is worthless. Yo, he's telling me to shut up and drivel. Hey, yo, Eric, let me tell you something, bro. First of all, you don't run this shit. Second of all, yeah, I bet academic is worthless to a dumb fuck like you. How's that? How's that sound? Go lick some capitalist boot, bro. We're having real men and women are having a conversation here that I don't think you want anything to do with. How's that? Academic is worthless, bro. You know what's worthless? Shit like that. Academia is like the only way we can even have any understanding as to what is happening around us. Right? You feel me? Just ignores YouTube, talks about YouTube. Dog, you're soft as fuck, but you're not as entertaining as that other guy. I'm gonna go and put you a little timeout. Give you a little spanking. Academic is worthless, he says. Imagine just typing that out and being like, you know what, I'm gonna push enter on this, and people are gonna love it. People are gonna adore this just inbred anti-intellectual sentiment that I'm vomiting out of my fingers at this socialist. Go away. Who do I vote for if I want the Gallente state to fail? Well, okay. Definitely the anarchist and the libertarian. The problem, if you vote for the fascist, like, there's going to be a lot of suffering before the fail. You don't want that. You're only trans if you complete the set of lighters and buy one more pink lighter, 2 blue lighters, and a white lighter. I don't have enough power to build the trans flag. Brother says it's not what I thought you streamed. We'd be like, yeah, so on Fridays we do politics. Yeah, it's totally open. On every other day we play Eve. But some people will stumble in here on Friday and they just don't know better. And they just can't help themselves. I think it's great. Moon Dawn, what up, bro? The day I'm ready to stop learning is the day I'm ready to die. I appreciate that in you. Lost Soul, how's anything going? How's Friday going? It's going well. I can't find the buy now buttons, but not the lore post. Help. It's a skill issue. Oh, it's universe.eveonline.com. The problem with these new headphone things is like they keep sliding off of my fucking head. You know, they're too smooth. He says, you're like white Hassan. First of all, Hassan is white. Second of all, Hassan wishes he was as based as me. He wishes he was as based as me. I told this before. The problem with Hassan is like, he's got a business to take care of. He's got people to cater to. He's got parties to make commitments to. I'm just a random nobody who can easily talk shit on anybody for any reason. I got nothing to worry about, right? He says, we got to get to a dog taser. Bro, let me tell you something. Yeah? Let it rip, Brother Tom. Let your political views out, bro. Hit me with what you got. What do you think about socialism, Brother Tom? What do you think about fascism? Because you're here and you seem like you want to have a good time. Let's do it. He says, no. Okay. All right, little guy. Okay. Well, the adults are playing now, and if you're too pussy to speak up and you want to take little baby pot shots at the people talking about politics, no worries. You do you. I got nothing for you, bro. Thanks for coming by, though. Soft, dude. How many softies we got today? Normally people are harder than this. Hey, what up, Yas? Usually people got some backbone, bro. Brother Tom came in here and folded like a motherfucking lawn chair in about 10 seconds. Bro can't spell the word your. He doesn't know Hassan is white. He immediately talks about a dog taser. Guy's got the IQ of a fucking wooden chair. He watches Asmongold every day. He comes in here. He's like, oh, good. I get to watch someone play Eve. Oops, he got bashed into oblivion, son. Sit down. Who wants to next? My politics are simple, says Bear Juice Lava. Everyone deserves food in their belly and a roof over their head. I love it. I love it, Bear Jew. Now, I would say that, you know, I would encourage you to learn more and to develop your politics further than that, because you're on the right track. You admit this society is not fair. You say that people deserve to be taken care of. I believe that. I would encourage you to go more, but I won't force you. I'm not you. You know? I would endure the pseudo-intellectual debates long enough. So let me just tell you something. Nothing I'm saying here is pseudo-intellectual at all. This is actually intellectual, right? And if this strikes you as pseudo-intellectual, feel free to chirp up. Tell me how it is. Let me know what's going on, Oliver. Let me know. Because if this is all fake, let me know, bro. You're good. This is just quite the opposite of pseudo. This is intellectual. He says someone's a little defensive. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did somebody get called out as a chud instantly? Uh-oh. Oh no, Brother Tom, why don't you talk about politics? Who'd you vote for? Are you a Trump fan? He says Anchor and Shane. Yeah, don't do that. Pseudo-intellectualism, that's the shit you probably be talking about with your friends, right? That's not what we're doing here. We're focused on how the United States of America is a terrorist state that bonded together through blood with Israel to enact a military base disguised as a ethno-state to perform multiple genocides and dominate the region and further its hegemony. That's what we talk about here on this stream. You still have drops here? Weird. What happened? But sometimes people come in and, you know, they don't like the idea that they're doing an exploitation and they're going to get called out for it. They don't like that, right? And I appreciate them for that. Let your power level known, bro. Let those Nazi particles fly out, bro. Who builds the roof? Who produces the food? You're advocating for theft to give those people what they deserve? Nah, that's just libertarian nonsense. Of course, carpenters build the roofs. Farmers and chefs produce the food. Is Hassan white? Yeah, he's white. Yeah, he's Turkish. Yeah. Yeah, there's white people in Turkey. Isn't that wild? It's so funny that you know so much about this guy, but you don't know what a race he is, despite being an ostensibly race-obsessed person. Chuds are not smart. That's what it comes down to. It's one thing to not know about criticisms to capitalism. It's another thing to like celebrate and revel in that ignorance. You know so much about, you seem to know about his dog and a shot collar. You know about that. You seem to know that I'm a version of him. How could you say I'm like him if you don't know much about him? Brother Tom, dude, like, you gotta understand, like, the more you talk, the worse it's gonna get for you. I'm gonna milk you like a cow, bro. I can already tell you're not working with a full deck. The smartest thing you could do is to just listen and be a wallflower. I'm serious. I'm trying to help you. It's always weird how capitalists seem to pretend that without it, there'd be no commerce. Well, that's one of the most fundamental and pervasive misunderstandings of socialism, is that suddenly things stop and people don't have any motive to trade, right? And it's just, that's, you know, that's not how it is. If anybody thinks that's how it is, that's not what socialism is. If you think that China doesn't trade, I don't know what to say. You know, it's just, you gotta trust me on this one. Like, socialism changes the mode of production and the role of the government. It puts the proletariat into the position of dictatorship. It steals it back from the bourgeois. Brother Tom says, are you saying you don't have similar opinions to him? God damn, dude, you're stupid. This is hard. So, of course, that's a really shitty straw man that you just made. Of course, we have similar opinions. We're both leftists, right? But what I was quick to correct you on is that I'm not like him because I'm not beholden to the Democratic Party or DSA or politicians or a Twitch stream. I'm just a guy. I'm just hanging out, right? I actually say things very forcefully, whereas he tends to have to not, he tends to not do that because he wants to keep his audience, right? I'm happy to just say the words, the US is a terrorist state. I'm happy to just say the things, the bourgeois, the proletariat words that he refuses to say because it loses him viewers, right? That's the difference. And I tried to explain this a couple weeks ago, or maybe last week. These leftist streamers, like, they have another, it's not like us just talking. We're just talking right now. I'm not making any money on this, right? Like, just this conversation. They're making money on everything they say. Everything's changed, right? So the only thing I have in common with Hassan is that we're both leftists. We believe in socialism. That's like saying you and a random fuck off the street are just like each other because you both believe in capitalism, right? Like, it's just an asinine position that it doesn't really like belie your ignorance, but it like, because it wasn't really hidden. It wasn't really hidden in the first place. So there's no revealing. People that come in here and say like, oh, you're like Hassan or whatever. It's like, I guess that's, you've only seen two leftists in your life between your Asmongold streams, right? Hey, what up, Morcar? What's going on, Famil? Yeah, it's simple. I think the position is clear. You can't do capitalism without exploiting. The United States is the bad guy on the world stage. And this is pretty much what I've been talking about from day one of doing these. The topic hasn't changed. It's just a very big topic. Could talk about it for years. We talking geopolitics, domestic politics, or class war? Yep. All three of them. People usually mock ANCAPs. Well, I mean, ANCAPs slightly mockable. Answer your own question. People collectively build those roofs through their ability to organize, you know, through the government. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't subscribe to like libertarian philosophies and whatnot. But it is always a nice mental exercise to go through it, even if it comes off, you know, the same old stories back and forth.
With the Iran war now set to enter its fourth week, President Trump was pressed whether he plans to send U.S. ground troops to Iran.
Yo, Brother Tom said that was boring and didn't answer my question. Dude, you gotta understand something. I'm not here for you. I'm just here to make fun of you. Because you're a chud, right? Right? Like, I don't respect you. I don't care about you. I'm just here to milk you for content for the other guys here, right? You understand that? Like, the idea that it didn't answer your question, good. Good. You came here to antagonize me. You got what you wanted. Enjoy.
Iran.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you.
He's not putting troops in Iran. You heard it here first.
But I'm not putting troops.
It comes even as the U.S. is accelerating that.
Look, you can see the laundry room. There's the laundry room right there. That's where they can't do their laundry. Because they had a bunk fire.
Deployment of thousands of Marines to the region. The president who first said the war would be over soon a week and a half ago.
It's going to be ended soon.
Repeating that line Thursday.
It's going to be
In and out. Quick 5-minute adventure.
over with pretty soon.
But the president also confirmed his administration is asking Congress for another $200 billion for the war.
It's a small price to pay to make sure that we stay tippy-top.
A necessary investment, according to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
It takes money to kill bad guys.
Hegseth has also said when he met privately with...
Listen. Exterminating brown people across the world, it costs money, folks. All right, we're going to have to tax you. We're going to have to pay you less, all right? They keep reproducing. We have to keep killing. This is crazy. These Iranians, they keep reproducing. We need more money.
the families of the 6 service members killed in the Iran war last week. They all urged him...
No, he's a libertarian, Blue. Wait, you didn't know who this was? This is our libertarian. I'd be careful debating because he's pretty good at not saying anything to get banned, which I respect.
Finish the job.
They said, finish this. Honor their sacrifice. Do not waver. Do not stop until the job is done.
But the father of fallen Tech Sergeant Tyler Simmons recalls the exchange differently, telling NBC News, "I didn't say anything along those lines." The cost of the war also taking a toll on Americans' wallets, with the average gallon of...
There we go. This is what I really care. This is the only thing I care about. Iranian schoolgirls, don't give a fuck. Military bases getting blown up, don't give a fuck. Strait of Hormuz, don't give a fuck. Israel's little conquest for ethno-domination, don't give a fuck. American economy, don't give a fuck. This is all I care about. The pump price. Because everybody knows that when it goes from $2 to $4, you have to spend like, an extra $100 a month or whatever. And that is the most important thing ever. That's it. That's it.
Gas up more than 90
Oh my
cents
God.
in the last
It
month.
hurts. Psychic
The president
damage.
trying to reassure Americans the increase will be short-lived.
Oil prices will go up, the economy will go down a little bit. I thought it would be worse, much worse.
The president also raising eyebrows alongside
Yeah, you guys see this? Yo, he's like, oh, Japan's here? Oh, you sneaky bastards. I remember Pearl Harbor. Literally, he says that shit. Watch.
Japan's prime minister when asked by a Japanese journalist why he did not warn allies before striking Iran.
And we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor?
Oh, look at her eyeballs. Oh my God. This is the problem with Trump. Not the whole slide into fascism and shit. None of that. That's great. We love that. This is the problem, is that, oh man. He is a content machine and it's annoying.
Okay?
The Prime Minister did not respond, but appeared taken aback by the comment. But later, the two friendly at a White House dinner as the president wrapped up his visit with America's ally. And back to that family.
Bro. He's like, hey, remember Pearl Harbor? You sneaky son of a bitch, you. Wow!
That we spoke with, Charles Simmons described to NBC News how his son Tyler had just a magnetic personality, saying he told Secretary Hegseth that he understands the, quote, peril that goes into making decisions like this, and I just certainly hope the decisions being made are necessary. Those were his words. The Pentagon says the details of Hegseth's conversations remain private, Craig, adding the secretary has the utmost respect for our Gold Star families.
Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander for us there. Peter, thank you. Let us bring in Kristen Welker, moderator.
Hey, yo, I got to be real with you. That was actually kind of funny. Wow. How about that Pearl Harbor, asshole? Bro, the worst part about that is like geopolitically, like the actual politics behind that is crazy because like Japan is very much a vassal state. I'm sorry if you don't understand this, right? You could argue that they're not, but they are, right? Fuck, I call Germany a vassal state. It doesn't matter if you agree with me or not. I don't really care about the semantics. I'm just trying to explain to you how beholden they are, right? So like to take one of your own states that are beholden to you after you firebombed them into submission and literally dropped atomic weaponry on them, like to just embarrass them like it's almost like a century later, like dude. Oh, it's just so like it's just so bad. Sorry, Neander, I checked out of it. Sup, Spike? You can have commerce without putting guns in people's heads and demanding taxes for the greater good. But why would you? Why would you want to do that? I love taxes. That's the problem. Is I'm not trying to tell you that like it couldn't be done. I'm just saying it would suck in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Just like in my world, in your world, it would suck to pay all the taxes I would prescribe for people, right? Yo, Trump. I can't get over it. This dude. Didn't we just move like 3,000 Marines there? Trump says he expects Japan to step up Iran war effort. Go get him, Japan. You got any carriers sitting around? The signs of his mental decline are there for all to see. True. I mean, well, it's just Biden, I would say, was the wrong man for the job because it's making this man look spry in comparison. It's pretty brutal. People are entitled to human rights. Enforcing their rights, including the rights you believe, require the fruits of labor. There's no human right to getting free food or a roof over your head taken from someone else by force. You're fundamentally violating someone else's rights to do that. Yeah, I mean, I just don't agree with... I mean, you guys are arguing back and forth, but the easy way out is to just say, I don't agree. Right? Don't argue with him. Just accept that he doesn't see it that way. That's my understanding. Like, he says, you're fundamentally violating someone else's rights to do that. It's like, that's a violation I'm willing to commit. That's pretty much what it comes down to, I think, Neander, right? It's the exact same... Oh, okay. Blue Star's a chick, by the way. But the exact... comparison would be let me think. Like, remember I was talking about abortion? It's like I don't like it. I think it's literally like it's not morally great, but I still think we should have the right to do it. You know, it's kind of similar to that. It's like, you know, in a perfect world, we could all just take care of ourselves, I guess. But I just don't believe that that's what history's shown us to be successful. That's why I think that this violence, in your terms, is worth it. He said Biden was okay at the start. Japan has a huge Marine base? Of course. Wait, you mean our guys or theirs? Yeah, no, our guys. Pentagon requesting how much? 200 million? How much do they need?
This morning, 3 weeks into President Trump's war with Iran, the Pentagon now preparing to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion to fund the fight.
Killing brown people ain't cheap, folks.
And Secretary Hegseth says they might need even more.
As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously.
That's this is what it comes down to.
It takes money to kill bad guys.
The president
and that's my stance. Like, I stand on it and I'm proud of it. It's just I just don't really have the same friction with libertarians, I guess, because like we just think each other's wrong, but generally speaking, like the things we're disagreeing about are more petty to me than what I disagree with fascists about, you know?
Excursion that the war will end soon. Reporters then asking him why he needs so much more money.
Mr. President, if the war is almost over, why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
Well, we're asking for a lot of reasons.
Whoa! Hold on, wait, that's a good question. Hold on. That's a fantastic... Who is this journalist? Wait a second. Who was that?
Mr. President, if the war is...
Was that Reuters? Yo, Trump, quick question. So the war's almost done, right? Good job. Great job. Best job. The best job ever, some might say. Why do you need another fifth of a trill? Need another cool fifth of a trill? For what? What's going on with that?
It's almost over. Why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
Well, we're asking for a lot of reasons beyond even what we're talking about in Iran. This is a very volatile world.
Trump also...
He's like, well, we got to do this to Cuba next, and we got to obviously build more bases outside of Taiwan, and like we have a lot more shit to conquer as an imperialist fucking state full of dogs.
Implying the money will help build up the military.
Cuba, oh no, exactly.
So we want to be sure, and it's a small price to pay to make sure that we stay tippy-top.
The president says he has no
dogs of war before you get on me.
Plans right now to put U.S. boots on the ground, but he's leaving wiggle room.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you, but I'm not putting troops.
It's not clear what exactly the $200 billion would be used for, or how long it would fund this fight. The Pentagon says that just the first...
It's not really clear what this money would be for, or how much of it is going directly to Israel to continue their ethnic cleansing in Lebanon and their, you know, long fettered genocide in Gaza. We don't really know how much of the fifth of a trill is going to go to them. It might actually be earmarked more for Iran, for, you know, exterminating innocent people in the Metro Tehran area, and, you know, attacking a defensive postured nation that just wants to survive despite their backwards ideology when it comes to governing their own people with oppressive elements. Like, we don't know where the money's going, but rest assured it will be used to kill, torture, genocide, starve, or otherwise maim needy people that have absolutely no business being involved with any of this ideological warfare. So rest assured the money is going to the right place. We just don't know who exactly is going to get it. It's okay, though.
Week of this war cost over $11 billion, more than $1 billion a day. The new massive $200 billion request is roughly a quarter the cost of the Iraq War, which by one estimate totaled $815 billion over 13 years. On Capitol Hill, members of both parties surprised by the huge request.
It needs to not only be presented, the amount,
that's my girl,
but the rationale behind it.
Alaska is built differently is what it all comes down to. And, you know, that applies to their politicians as well. I guess you just got to understand it. Like, it's a very conservative state overall, but like a different style because they all take handouts from the government. So, like, they don't have the normal rhetoric, right? Everybody in Alaska gets paid to live there. Well, they used to. I don't know if they still do. I guess I can't say for sure. So like somehow they have this like conservative ideology built in, but like they're also all on welfare.
The president launched this war without seeking congressional approval. Now lawmakers are demanding details before they agree to sign off.
I think they need to come clean with the American people before they ask for $200 billion.
The president didn't consult America.
He's like, listen, we're going to give you the guns and the money to kill the brown people. Yes. But you got to come clean first. You got to tell us that it's not to do that. You got to come clean and tell us it's not to do that so that we can give it to you to do that.
Allies before going to war either. On Thursday, as Trump welcomed Japan's prime minister to the Oval Office, a Japanese reporter asked—
Yeah, so first of all, I followed all this. I lived in Minneapolis. To say Nick Shirley himself has done any exposing whatsoever is to completely misrepresent the facts. Understand something. There was fraud. There is fraud in the government, right? In Minneapolis government, right? But like Nick Shirley's expose was like some of the most laughable stuff I've ever seen in my life. It kind of sparked a discussion about it, but it had already been ongoing before he'd done that. People had been convicted long before his stuff came out. Don't use Nick Shirley as an example of documenting fraud, please, because like, I seriously, like that guy, if you watch him outside of his documentaries, watch him in any interview, you'll be very uncomfortable endorsing his detective work. I would say look at the actual cases and understand what happened there. The various fraud in Minneapolis with the Somali people that live there, like you gotta understand, it was ran by white people, the fraud. Like you gotta understand, like there's articles over 20 years covering it. Yeah, so you just don't understand the facts. So there's plenty of things done. There was convictions in Minneapolis fraud. Like if you're going to say that nothing was done about it, I can firmly disregard the rest of your post there, right? Because you can go to Wikipedia, I'm sure, and just look up Minneapolis fraud convictions. You'll see a whole rack of them dating back quite some time. To say nothing's been done about it is not true. So that's obviously not your finest point. What's up, V-Throne? Because fraud exists in our current capitalist system, we have to weaken this few safeguards. Well, I mean, fraud, in my opinion, is just a cost of doing business. I don't mind fraud. Fraud's just going to exist no matter what. And all businesses also feel the same as me. They all understand that there's going to be some waste, like an employee stealing it or a customer stealing it or something. It's just part of doing business. I don't mind fraud at all. The idea is to tamp back on it and to give people what they need so they don't have to commit fraud. Let's talk about Jacksonville, Florida having the highest homicide rate in the U.S. Jacksonville is fucked up. I've driven through there and it's just bizarre. It's been growing and getting more widespread. No one knew it was being done. Not enough is being done about it. So I would say, you know, I guess you can have your own opinions on the fraud in Minneapolis, or if you're just talking about fraud across the nation in general. I'm not personally worried about it. Like, I don't, if there is twice the amount of fraud there is now, I still wouldn't be worried about it personally. And that's where we're not going to, you know, it's not worth worrying about when we just give, we're watching a video right now of us spending $200 billion on warheads and artillery, right? Like the fraud we're talking about, like on a civilian scale is like, you know, it is actually not interesting to me. Now, you should certainly enforce it, but the idea that this is going to guide anything I feel ideologically is just not part of the package for me. And I'm being careful. Like I'm not saying, right? Obviously, Nandir knows what he's doing when he signed up for this. You can care about both. It's not a dichotomy. I don't care about the fraud though myself. So I'm not even saying like it's not worth it to care. I'm saying I actually don't care about it. If it got to the point where it was like actually siphoning significant money away, then I would be like, yeah, okay, we got to tamp down on this. I just don't think I've ever seen any compelling reasons to care about petty fraud when we do stuff like this, you know?
Why Japan wasn't given a heads up.
Why didn't you
Well, you guys can handle yourself.
In Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran. So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
And I can't make people be nice to each other, you know, as long as you're not being slurred.
We went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it. because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why
Supplies!
didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay? Right? You know, he's asking me, do you believe in surprise?
She's seriously not happy. In Japan, in Japanese culture, this is not good. What he's done. This is a blunder in Japanese etiquette. To say, you Japanese people know about sneaky because of Pearl Harbor. That's a no-no. That would get you probably canned from your job.
I think much more so than us.
The president certainly seeming to shock the Japanese prime minister
Clear
there.
Duval?
Now, as for this
All right.
staggering $200 billion request, it has yet to be formally presented to
Why
Congress.
stop
but it's
at
sure to face
200?
resistance when it is. Lawmakers want answers before they write that check. Rebecca.
Yes, they want those answers. All right, Mary, thank you.
Yo, she's dripped out. Look at her outfit on the left. Dude, look at her outfit. Look
Want
at this.
answers before they write that check. Rebecca.
Yes, they want those
Look at her outfit. Dude, that is fucking drippy. It looks like construction paper. She looks cool as hell.
answers. All right, Mary,
What's up, Theru?
thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we got the Loro flash. Uh-oh. Loro jump scare. Oh my god, I love being alive. I guess a little recap.
When I look out here across the opening to the Strait of Hormuz, especially at nighttime when they have their lights on, I see dozens of ships waiting for what they hope would be a safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. There might be over 100 ships waiting here, and on the other side, inside the Persian Gulf, hundreds of ships are waiting to somehow...
Oh, the poor little ships with the oil, they're waiting in the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, the poor little ships. Oh, poor little ships.
Now make their way through what has become a very perilous passage through the Strait of Hormuz. All of this brought about by Iranian threats that they would attack any ship that is
It's
in
not
any
a
way
threat. They have been
affiliated with the
attacking
United
ships.
States or Israel or any of its allies. But maritime and trade data platforms do show that some ships get through. 89 ships.
Yeah, because they have the choice of letting ships through if they want. This is just propaganda.
Together since the start of the war have got through the Strait of Hormuz. So who does get through? Well, first of all, out of those 89 ships, 1/5 are affiliated with Iran. There are also ships that are affiliated with India and Pakistan that have managed to make their way during wartime through the Strait of Hormuz. And other ships have been heading to China. But essentially, the situation that all of these ships are facing is that Iran right now is deciding who gets through the Strait of Hormuz safely and who gets threatened with possible attacks.
Yeah, and America hates that because that's America's job. You know, it's so wild. Like the things that are the news, it's like the oil ships can't get through, and this is the most important thing because you're gonna have to pay $4 at the pump. You know, it's like that's just not interesting. I don't care about that. Are you serious? I care that my government wants another 200 billion to do more of what we've just done. Oh no, my thing turned off. Oh no, my coffee's cold. Fuck! No! No! I turned it off because it was on too long. No, not like this. Uh-oh. Dude, one fucking job, man. Elon, please take me to Mars and then leave, says Just Ozzy. You want to go on a date to Mars with Elon? Dude, you know he would make a move on you, right? And I'm not here to body shame anybody because I'm an ugly son of a bitch, but, you know, you could do better than Elon. Let's just be real here, okay? I voted for Bernie first before they stole the election, and then I voted for Trump in 2016. How'd they steal the vote? Well, I mean, that's, you know, the Democratic National Committee has primary mechanics that are very, you know, foreboding to, you know, people that lean left a little bit too far. Is kind of the big thing. How's the fascist the lesser of two evils? You know, it's funny because, like, you know, I don't. In a textbook, like Trump is not a fascist, even though, like, you know, that's obviously its director they'd like to be. You know, there are certain metrics that we have to look at, right? And there hasn't been like a repression of labor at all, actually. It's just been a corporatism push which is part of it, right? There's been the imperialist push, right? But it's still not there. I'm not saying it can't be. I'm not saying he doesn't want it to be. I'm just saying, like, I don't feel comfortable calling him a fascist leader. He's just a far right leader. I don't know what to say. Like, this is your Orbans of the world just given more power. That's kind of how I see it. You don't have to agree though. The news. Yeah, we're just watching for, you know, just something to do. There's no choice between dumb libertarian votes for fascists to punish liberals for wronging the leftists. I mean, but no, hold on a second. I don't subscribe to electoral politics either. Let's just be clear here. Trump's a wannabe fascist. That's kind of what I'm saying. I'm not saying he can't be or that his government's not headed there. I'm just trying to say, like, there are some benchmarks that we have to, like, pay respect to. It's the same reason why fucking Noam Chomsky refuses to call shit a genocide. Like, he's not denying it, dude. He just has a very strong set of standards, in my opinion. Electoral politics are BS. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to you is, like, I don't really care if someone votes for Trump, even though I know that's, like, a really boneheaded move, in my opinion. And it kind of says fuck you to a lot of really vulnerable people and it makes things worse. Ultimately, like, my interest is in Marxist theory, socialism, working class consciousness, community service, right? Like, I try not to worry about the kind of the dog and pony show as much as possible, even if you really believe in it. I don't believe in reform. I don't believe in two sides of a capitalist coin getting anything done. It's brutal. He thinks Trump was, well, if he thinks Trump was the lesser of two evils, like, I'm not, that whatever, like, I can't. So if you're trying to have me argue against that, okay, well, I don't think that he was the lesser of two evils. I think he was the worst of the two. That's my opinion. I just don't care that much, I guess. It just feels like, you know, like, you can put a lot of effort into caring about your partisan politics if you want, but, like, some guy in China will put a ballot in his community and more shit gets done in a one-party bullshit system that you hate versus this back and forth where nothing gets done. And you put so much energy into it. It's just like, yeah, I guess it's ridiculous to want someone like Trump in office. There's no question. But I don't care, I guess, as much as I once did about this angle. Maybe that says something about me. I don't know. I'm not saying you shouldn't care. I think something that separates us is I'm less strict on revolution. Of course, yeah. Also, you know my thoughts on, like, military and stuff. You know, like, nobody here is going to be on the same page on anything. And if I have people that lean left, I'm happy about it. Trust me. I'm just saying personally, getting caught up in who voted for Trump and who didn't. It's like, I got to be honest, like, most of the people that didn't vote for him still have these backwards, bigoted views and pro-capitalist, imperial, you know, prides within them, chauvinism within them. So it's rough because, like, my enemy is the bourgeois. My enemy is imperialism. Like, the faces come and go, and I understand that you shouldn't just be apathetic, but I'm not. I'm in an org. I care. You know, I help people as much as I possibly can, given my motivations, right? This isn't like in a situation where like, apathy is the point. It's almost a tool. Are you the openly trans? Yeah, Blue Star is trans. Yep. She's in my corp too. Moondog says, seen from the outside, I'm wondering if he got in twice because of what's between his legs. Oh, because he competed against women? Well, I mean, if the argument is the world misogynistic, I mean, come on now. That's why you have those views on Trump. I mean, yeah, Trump would certainly victimize trans people the first socially acceptable opportunity he gets, right? Because it's good for political parties. I mean, I'm not trans and I hate Trump, right? So I don't know if the trans thing has that much to do with it, but it does absolutely galvanize. I mean, you're going to find very few marginalized people for Trump. Right? Yeah, I agree with Blue Star. I don't think it's like, you know, that's not the reason. Hopefully that's not what he meant. That's not what Nyandir meant. Yeah. Yeah, I think Nyandir misspoke there. I'm trying to be charitable here. But yeah, you should stand up for yourself there. I'd say it's a very strong factor, and there's no way I could imagine a trans person being okay with somebody wanting them to, you know, be penalized for who they are. You know, it's just never going to happen. There's a few fascist trans people out there, but you know, they're confused. I'm on Smoko, so leave me alone. Women just got rights 50 years ago. I mean, women have always had rights. I mean, women hold up 50% of the sky, right? It's just how much oppression we put on them as men. You know, they've always had the right under God or nature to live life and be happy, but we've just stole it from them. It's a direct threat to your existence, which is fucked. Yeah, you guys might even want to back off of the argument. I feel like you're gonna make enemies out of just a simple debate, to be honest. But I don't know. It's up to you. The reason I say that Russia is entirely dependent on anything but China. If Russia wants to sell oil gas to China, China said that Russia should build a pipeline on their own dime. Interesting. What are y'all talking about? If anything, Russia is China's bitch. Oh, I see. I mean, Russia's interesting because it has a lot of influence over the world. Nuclear state, right? Ex-Soviet ringleader, essentially, if you want to call it that, lovingly. Tons of land, tons of political influence. But, you know, China is like, you know, very clearly, in my opinion, number 2 in the world. I don't understand why people have an issue with LGBTQ. Because people are bigoted. They hate people that aren't like them, that don't fit into their norms. You know, it's the same reason why people are any type of bigoted. It's not just LGBTQ people. It's people of color. It's women. It's Catholics. It's Jews. It's Muslims. Right? The world's going to end now that Chuck Norris has passed. Chuck Norris was a bigoted sack of shit, and I'm glad he's gone. At least Neander seems... Well, Neander does argue in good faith. That's why I was trying to explain to you. You got to be careful because he's a libertarian and they love to argue, and he's careful not getting banned. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, you guys are adults. When women are responsible for making all the people to deserve more than we've given women historically, it's funny, yeah. That's why it always bothers me when men are like, "Oh my God, misandry! Women get their own nightclub. Women have their own club, and I can't get in." It's like, bro, we've been raping and beating and killing women for thousands of years. It's okay if they get to dance one night without guys touching on them. Sorry, not sorry. Is that reverse bigotry? Yeah, but it's sanctioned by people who care. So the goal would be one day to have a world where we don't have to worry about that, but sure as shit ain't right now, fellas. Being a woman is not fun. There's awesome parts of it, but... Men's clubs too, though? I'm just giving you a classic example of how men, or how the oppressing class doesn't realize that it is because of that oppression, even if you're not part of it, you are a member of the system. That oppression itself, you know, merits a little bit of concern and care for the marginalized people. That's why it doesn't bother me when someone like has a group for themselves or something. It's like, well, there's probably a really good reason for that. If you see a group of like whites only, it's like there's no oppression there. They're just doing a supremacy, right? But if you see a group of marginalized people, it's probably like a way to survive in this world with all the injustices, in my opinion. What's the best way to solve this trivial, mostly meaningless problem? Ask ChatGPT, of course. Engineers love to argue too. Sure. Women do need protective spaces. I mean, for as long as, you know, we're rapey as hell, I think that's a fair thing. That was a very beautiful statement. Pure engineering autism. Men are rapey as hell. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's brutal. But it's okay. Like, listen, I'm a white guy. Right? I don't rape anybody. I don't sit around and do a racism all the time, but I'm also part of these classes, you know, and it's not enough for me to sit here and just be like, that's bad. It's like, no, I should like be actively against it. You should be actively against these things if you're part of that class. Otherwise, you're just like letting it coast. You're just cool with a couple Nazis in the corner of the bar hanging out. It's just not, I'm never cool with that. God created man, cult made them equal. There you go. I've never heard this slogan, but I have to imagine that is a embroidered on some Gadsden flags or something, however you say it. On some more light news, it's butter chicken time.
Butter chicken might be one of the most popular curries in the world, so we wanted to learn how to make the best version. And to get it right, we brought in Chet Sharma.
Whoa, new boy. New boy, and he's handsome. All right.
The chef behind London's best Indian-inspired restaurant, to show us how it's really done. We're here with Chet Sharma, who runs one of the best restaurants in London, and he's been watching my curry videos, and they've left a little bit to be desired, haven't they?
Well, no, I just think, if you're going to get curry, you need some authenticity behind it.
Yeah, that's true. Is this the traditional butter chicken, or is that a hard thing to sort of define what it is? Or?
Yeah, I think I'm always...
Last time I had butter chicken, it actually wasn't that good. My girl ordered it, and it was kind of mid. I don't know how you fuck up butter chicken. It actually is impossible. It's like having bad mac and cheese. It's impossible.
I was really careful about the word traditional when it comes to Indian food, because with that many people in the country, everyone has a different perception of what tradition is. Now, Morty Mahal, they introduced
little palate cleanser here.
Butter chicken.
Get off the subject.
And so this is kind of based on their version. So it's basically marinated and grilled chicken that's served in a really creamy tomatoey sauce. So we're going to get started with a bit of an unconventional butchery. Now, Indians, we butcher things slightly different to Western butchery, which actually, having been Western trained, was really hard to work backwards into something more Indian. And the main reason is that with chickens, because everything that we cook in terms of curries is always going to be really slowly braised, we want to keep everything on the bone. So even the breasts, we don't take them off the crown. It's a really weird way of doing things. With chickens, we never use the skin.
Ah, okay.
And so these aren't things that you'd plate in a fine dining restaurant. They don't look elegant, but in the final curry, it's going to have a lot of benefit.
No, Chloro can. So my name is Ken, right? And Chloro is just a cool prefix.
So we have leaner parts, so a lot less bone, and then the darker meats, and
I was watching one of these on stream.
The shoulder of the chicken,
mesmerizing,
because that has a lot of collagen, and that needs a little bit more cooking as well. Now we move on to the key part, garam masala. Now garam just means warm. So it's a mix of warming spices.
You made chicken vindaloo?
Gently toast.
My house smelled like curry for a week.
This isn't a quintessential garam masala recipe.
I think it's something I don't even recognize here.
So cumin, up in this corner here. Some coriander seeds, fennel seeds, these amazing Teletubby peppercorns, cloves, nutmeg.
Not the worst smell to have, though. I mean, shit.
Black cardamom, really smoky.
Look at that tray of spices. Holy shit, dude. Is he gonna blend it? Is this getting pulsed, or what's going on here? Is this all just getting thrown in raw? I feel like it's thrown in raw. My girlfriend makes desi food sometimes, and there's often a leaf in it randomly.
Intense,
she's
quite
not Indian,
umami rich in flavor. Cassia bark, not cinnamon, cassia bark. Slightly different to cinnamon, not as sweet. Dried ginger, maybe a little bit lesser known. The leaves from the cassia tree, so not Indian bay leaves, taste like tea, like black tea. If you can't get these, don't use bay leaves. Put a little bit of tea in your...
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
loose leaf tea.
So my mum's secret, which she's going to be really upset with me giving away, to her chickpea curry...
Getting all the secrets here.
...is black tea.
Okay.
So she cooks it in black tea. This is Duggerful. It's a type of lichen, intense, earthiness, almost truffly in
I've
flavor.
never even seen that before.
Probably, of all the spices, probably the one that's a little bit more expensive, but you don't need a great deal of it. Mace, the outside of the nutmeg, rose petals. So these are Gujarati rose petals. And then this is Shahi Jeera. Shahi means royal, so royal cumin. Often described as caraway, but actually somewhere in between caraway and cumin.
Obviously, garam masala.
They're using babies in this recipe. Chloroquine eats babies confirmed. Only sometimes. Only sometimes. Definitely not on a Friday. That'd be weird.
For me is the stuff that I get.
Shut up! I'm watching butter
bag
chicken.
That's branded.
Kidding.
Yeah.
And it sits in my cupboard for literally a year, and I use it every now and then.
Yeah.
Do you recommend getting these individual spices
True, I
and
do
grinding
eat
them
them
fresh when you want to make a curry, or do you reckon it's best to?
I think it's good to be realistic. Try and buy the whole spices.
Where'd the baby
Make your
eating
own
come from?
masala. It will last a lot better than a store-bought one.
Yeah. Okay.
But that said, if store-bought's all you can get,
Why is his hair so perfect? I'm getting pissed off right now. This man is salon quality in the kitchen. $150 chicken? You think it's that cheap? My God.
Go for it. Ideally, get it from.
I missed
Got
that.
one near you.
I missed
Marinated
that.
first, right?
Yes. So here's our garam masala.
Baileys.
Some extra cumin, because garam masala is the house blend, but each recipe needs its own tweaking and pimping. This is green mango powder.
You said pimping?
Quite a lot of salt. Your marinade should be almost like unpleasantly salty.
Is that because it's going to go sort of get dissolved into the sauce?
Yeah, kasuri methi.
Thanks, Daru.
Now this.
My little
this is
hair
not how
tree.
fresh that is.
Yeah, that's
so.
fine.
So
I'm
this
starting to get
is
hungry.
one
This is
that I
pissing
would
me off.
only ever buy from an Indian supermarket, because the freshness of this is really important. This is fenugreek leaves.
I think the first time I discovered it, it proper changed like how I made Indian food.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was like a pretty much secret ingredient.
Turmeric, along with fenugreek, probably my number 2 most used ingredient. This is black salt. Doesn't look very black. But in the same way that fish sauce stinks, this stinks and has a really important place in our food. Coriander powder. This is Kashmiri chili powder. Proper Kashmiri chili powder. After that, mustard oil.
The amount of spices in here. Holy shit. This goes a little beyond salt and pepper, folks.
I'm just going to make a semi-dry mix with the mustard oil in there. Hung yogurt, get home. A sieve lined with kitchen roll.
Yep.
Yogurt in there, leave it overnight. Means it sticks a lot better to the chicken. You can see how thick that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's because the chicken's going to release water. With this, it's just ginger, garlic, and some Indian lemon juice. If you're really in a pinch and you can't get Indian lemons, there is a ratio, and we can put it on the video below, of lemons, limes, and grapefruit to get to the right flavor.
Okay.
Yeah. Ideally, I'd really massage that in and leave it for, let's say, about half an hour, just to open up all the pores. And what you'd start to see is water coming out of the chicken. Now, this is a really important thing. I learned this working for your old boss, Heston Blumenthal.
Oh, really?
So take that chicken and leave it in the marinade.
Chicken's all done, prepped.
So we're going to get started with the sauce now, the makhni sauce.
All right, so when they're done, we're all going to go there and take the chicken, because this is live. So when they're done, it should be ready. We're all going to go there and very politely assert that we're going to be taking the chicken for no recompense. So it will be a robbery. We have how many people? We got like 50 people. I think we could probably do it. They only have like 4 guys there. I'm stealing the chicken.
And makhan actually means butter.
Yeah.
So
No
we're gonna
passport
start
for trans
actually with
people? That's true.
Well, often called clarified
You're
butter.
stuck.
This is just ghee. In the meantime, I'll get you to slice some onions and just dice these tomatoes. Here I just have a little bit of garlic, some ginger, and green chilies.
Boy, chicken
And it just
manifest
needs,
destiny.
rough chopping. It's a really easy sauce to make. So you kind of put everything in more or less together. You can see I'm not being super fine with the way I'm cutting everything, because it's all going to go in a blender at the end anyway.
So
my
he is
ghee's
gonna blend
melted.
it.
I don't
Okay,
want it
alright.
super hot, but I am going to splatter a couple of spices in there. Whole spices here in this case, some cumin. And that's what we mean by splatter.
Oh, so that's actually a technical term.
And then some cardamom. And these should pop open. You can see the cardamom changes color. And actually, the key with Indian tempering is what you put in first brings the most flavor. So this is not a particularly complex sauce, you know. Ginger.
Chatter says cooking knives can't cut through my autism and ADHD. I'm sure a nice video about tractors could. I'll put one on for you later.
Garlic, a little bit of chili, and then quite a lot of Indian onion. So when I say quite a lot, our Blue Peter moment from earlier, quite a lot of onion.
More like what we would call a banana shallot.
Yeah, or if you're really lucky, you can get something like a trapea onion.
Okay.
Probably the closest flavor. So I'm not looking for color on this. I'm not trying to get it brown.
Make it
on
trains.
quite a low heat now. I'm not even worried about cooking out the raw
What's up,
spice.
Jester?
That was coriander powder. I'm going to put in a little bit of turmeric, quite a lot of chili powder.
Okay, so this is what's going to give that really robust color.
Yeah. So
do like Indian chefs have like the best memory of all time, or like do they have lists written out? How the fuck? Wait, don't forget African stuff? Yeah, he gave me the link to it and I read it.
Chili, not
You probably
very
missed it.
spicy. which is why we actually put green chili in there as well. And actually quite often you'd eat this with slit green chilies on top as well. And then a whole load of tomatoes. And you can see that there's no color. We're not even really sweating the tomatoes down here.
Oh, I see. I got
Broken cashews, which has been lightly roasted. Broken cashews because they're cheaper than using the whole ones.
So it's just going to concentrate, reduce. The tomatoes are going to add a bit of acidity, bit of sweetness.
They are there for a lot of acidity, a lot of vibrancy. I'm actually going to put a little bit of water in here.
So no tomato paste.
This song was also in a Nomad Tale. Pretty much every song in these videos has been in a Nomad Tale. What's up, Siwo?
Yeah. If you're desperate. It brings a lot of jamminess. We don't want jammy tomato flavor.
So the water's there basically just to help it steam and let out some of the natural sort of...
Well, just to stop it from catching as well. And you're probably going to need to add some water when you blend it.
That is pretty hot. It's got a bit of heat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you said Kashmiri chili wasn't
Uh-oh. White guy complaining about heat in a curry. Uh-oh. Doing the stereotype, brother. Look at him. He's like, God damn, dude. Come on. At least pretend.
I put green chilies in there. So this is coming up to a simmer pretty quickly. And then I'm just going to put a lid on it and leave it for a long time. You can be really French and put a cartouche over it if you really want to, but...
We do like a cartouche.
We do like a cartouche. Do it. Get the scissors.
Charcoal is very much a Middle Eastern thing that's made its way to India. It's a nice thing about being conquered so many times. You just took the best of everybody.
This is the Americano of
individually, each cut.
Yeah.
So whole bird, you get 2 drumsticks, 2 thighs, 2 shoulders. The idea is really here is cook the marinade because there is raw ginger, raw garlic, those kind of things. Char things up so that flavor can go into the
Jesus
sauce.
Christ, that's gonna be so
just
good.
A little bit of ghee. So I've cooked my my dark meats first, drumstick, thighs.
I love burnt
I'm gonna take the
things.
shoulders, which will be the next longest thing to cook.
If you were doing it at home, how would you and you didn't want to use a barbecue, how would you do it?
Whack your grill up to maximum, open all your windows. You just basically put
He's like still recovering from that half a green chili he ate. He's like still. You guys ever see the Gordon Ramsay episode of Hot Ones? I can't even watch it because it's gross. Bro. I wonder if there's something wrong with dude. Like to be that spice intolerant. Like I can't handle heat that well, but dog. Man's just chugging Pepto-Bismol and milk and shit while eating hot wings. Like, bro.
Right, as close
First stuff
as
gives you
possible,
cancer though.
Like really almost touching
the element. Yeah.
So this is going to be.
Well, I stopped smoking cigarettes so I can eat burnt shit. So works out.
Completely raw inside at this time, but I'm not really concerned about that because it's going to go in the sauce.
That looks so good.
Non-negotiables with makhni sauce. We have kasuri methi, dried fenugreek. We touched on it with the marinade as well. Right at the end, so it keeps all the freshness, all that aroma. And this is koya. So this is probably the ingredient that everyone's going to struggle to get. It's not easy to find. So this is
this is the ingredient I'm gonna struggle to get, not the other 5,000 spices I've never fucking heard of. He's like, yeah, this right here, this is the real deal. This is the weapons grade plutonium of Indian cooking.
Milk that has been cooked down for at least 4 hours.
What would you replace this with, or what do you think is best?
It's reduced milk.
Probably evaporated milk rather than condensed
evaporated milk.
Okay, so a splash of evaporated milk.
Yeah. Cream now. Koya, milk solids, kasuri methi. And you can already the smell is completely different. And basically blend it for a couple of minutes to make sure it's really nice and silky. As we're blending it, we're going to add our salt and our butter in at the same time. And it'll mellow everything down.
All right, so this has been blitzing for what, 5 or 6 minutes?
Looks like nacho cheese.
I mean, the dish is called makhni, so it needs
that looks like nacho cheese that you get at a movie theater.
Be velvety and buttery and soft.
It's incredibly smooth.
It's a really good way to get smokiness in at home. So it's a method called bungar. It's basically where you smoke the sauce. A really nice piece of charcoal.
Typical libertarian.
Drop this inside. A couple of cardamom pods, some cloves, pan with some ghee, and then a lid on top.
Whoa.
I know what ghee is. Ghee is like melted butter, right? Or clarified butter.
Depending how much
My
smoke you're
girlfriend
going
told
to
me
get
about
through,
that.
you can either do this for a couple of minutes, even 1 minute. And you're
You
going
live
to
in Colombia? The food here has zero spice? Really?
Maximum. As it is, we've got grilled chicken, so we don't actually need to do this. But you want to do it in the oven or under a grill. If you do this to the meat first, before you put it on the skewers, you can get that smoky charcoal note running through it. And onto the piece of chicken here. So we've grilled all these. They've cooled down a little bit.
I want
now,
that.
Warning, they might still be raw in the middle, which is fine because they're going to go in the sauce. Always pull towards yourself fast and then push. If you don't do that, some of the char, it can rip the meat, especially when it's hot. When it's cold, it's less of a problem. This for me, you have to eat with naan, not naan bread, which is bread.
Yeah.
Naan is all bread. You want to eat this with a flat bread. Take the different bits of the chicken and then chop it. I mean, as it's rested, you can see it's still a little bit raw.
Yeah.
But we're going to get it in the sauce. We're going to reheat it all through together. And then actually, this is going to lend back into the sauce as well. And don't miss any of
Even
this
foods that Colombians call spicy aren't spicy. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I largely think that spice is just like another like genetic spectrum, and you know, I mean, we know it is, but you know, it's largely like not a worthy conversation that people make it, you know. And I'm not trying to like shoot this one down. I'm just trying to, you know how people compete and stuff, like, oh, I like this, but it's just like, dude, like, okay, like, it's only really funny when somebody has like zero tolerance, I guess, for it, or like a little bit of tolerance for it, you know, and they like freak out. Like if you can handle spice, it's like almost not noteworthy, but everybody makes a contest out of it. It's so weird. I don't know. I think spice is good though. It's just
all that bark. So I suppose the cashew nuts and the butter will thicken it up quite a lot, right?
Quite a lot. And then we'll just add some water. There's no measurement
Make
for
half and
water
half.
because sometimes you have to see how much water comes out of the tomatoes. Even the onions, like that'll vary as well a little bit. Yeah. Bring it to a simmer, lid back on, and then just let it finish cooking out. So instead of garnishing with leaves, we use coriander stems a lot. My Indian chives.
Indian chives, I like that.
Way more flavor. And also, you know, you put this in a boiling hot curry, they'll actually hold up, whereas leaves will just disappear. You can do this in an hour and 15 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
If you've got garam masala made and things like that, you can do it pretty quick.
yeah. If you have everything parboiled, pre-made, everything is already ready to go. This could take you about 2 hours. You gotta overnight the yogurt and.
When you consider how impressive the final result is.
Bit of a different experience than just standard curry house where you just get cubes of chicken breast, right?
Yeah, and honestly,
That's
chicken
bizarre
breast really
for,
off the
you
bone
know,
is the worst thing you could have.
South
for this.
American country.
You need richness. It's too thick to eat with rice.
Yeah.
This is made for bread. If you insist on eating with rice, just put a little bit more
Holy
water.
shit.
in it,
Yeah.
just to let it a little bit looser.
Is this sacrilege?
This chatter says an Indian restaurant near me, the owner goes on food pilgrimages. He spends months away in the middle of nowhere in different areas of India, learning from old 70-year-old grandmothers on how to make food the traditional way. Then he comes back and practices the dishes over and over again until he gets them perfect. The menu changes every year, and each menu is a different area of India. It's amazing. Dude, you should like screenshot that and like print it out for him. Like that's like, you know, he's probably so happy people are talking about him like that.
Yeah, but
That's such
you're
love.
Indian, so you can get away with
That's
it.
such skill.
You're screwed.
Such care. True
can't
craftsmanship there.
But it's incredibly creamy, but it's also like, I can taste all the spices. It's got this like subtle heat as well. Which I was worried about at the beginning, but it's so banging. The main thing is the smoke.
Yeah. It's just not the same dish without the smoke.
No.
It really isn't. Yeah, we were talking about the koya, the kasuri methi, those kind of things. Of course, they are essential, but really, the char from the chicken is what makes the dish.
100%. It's beautiful. So good. Chat. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I would almost even take it even a little further. Why not? Because I like burnt stuff, but that was perfect. Oh my god.
Coming in. You schooled me on Indian food.
Oh, you know, it's a small touch of a big subcontinent.
Yeah, and it's important to say this isn't just like the best Indian restaurant in London. This is one of the best restaurants in London. If you are in the Mayfair area, lucky enough to find yourself in the Mayfair area, check out BB. Also, this is an amazing cookbook. It's actually perfect. It's a beautiful book, and it speaks all about the restaurant of BB and the amazing Indian influenced food that they do there. So good. That is fucking.
He's like, thanks for schooling me on Indian cuisine. And the guy's like, well, I mean, I am Desi and you are British white. It's like, This has been an ongoing process for a long time. That's awesome. As a Caldari loyalist, who should I vote for? Well, definitely not Rodin. Because that dude's, or that chick's doing a speed run for Il Duce. UK has been crashing out lately. Lots of anti-Muslim and immigration stuff. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the 5A states have been crashing out over that shit. A couple of my chatters got banned for crying about fucking immigrants and stuff. It's like, bro, the only difference between those immigrants and your people as an immigrant, is they didn't genocide their way here. That's the only difference. How's that sound? Cab is gone, and love, MB&O. Beautiful, beautiful. Looks like they're rolling a little bit. I guess we can check out EXL. What is EXL? I'll stick to Mexico. Johnny Five says, to be honest, if you want spicy, you have to go to further north. I think there's spicy food in South America. I don't think there's spicy food in South America. I mean, Latin America we know is spicy. I don't know South American cuisine that well. I guess it's not spicy. Interesting. Oh, what the hell is this? Is this new site? Oh, this is a deep flow rest. Never mind. Oh, maybe this is why it wasn't posted, because it's a new site. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So that's probably why it didn't show up here. Oh, no, it's here. Okay. So who can tell me about this map right now? What's going on? So right now we have 3 JSpace connected to tablets here, and we have 3 Kspace, but we know we have 12 statics. How could this be? Anybody want to tell me? Anybody know? We're connected to a drifter hole? Holy shit, that's cool. What the hell? We have 4 low-sec statics, a null-sec, and a high-sec, but we only see one of these. So if they're statics, they should come back right away if they disappear, right? Active roller. CA is in Central America or California? Probably Canada. Oh wait, he must be California. Never mind. I didn't read the rest. Nah, it's got to be California. No Canadian would be like, yeah, we get great Mexican food here. You know what I'm saying? But in Southern California, it's, yeah. Canada's a myth. Half of my corp is in Canada. I don't know. Like if it's, you know, if I should be alarmed or what. BDE, Big Dong Energy. This is California. So the reason why we're missing statics is because in these hub holes, like Thera, Turner, and Tabby, I don't know if it's Thera, but I know it's Turner. When you roll these, they actually have like a 20-minute delay. Thoughts on 51st state? Making Canada a 51st state? I mean, that's bad. Why don't we make America a Canadian province? I'm Canadian, can confirm we're a figment of your imagination. That's awesome. Yeah, so these have a delay, right? So when they roll them, you gotta wait sometimes up to a half an hour for them to pop back up. So you can just kind of chill in the meantime. Nice quiet day here, though. They are rolling. It's normal time for them to be rolling here. I don't actually see them. I don't see the normal rollers out. Huh. Bizarre. I still don't have a really good reason for why they roll low sec. I don't know what precisely they're looking for. I almost kind of suspect that they do like pirate fobs out of them, maybe? Is that a thing? Johnny says, I'm from Washington but moved to Colombia 4 years ago. What, for a girl? How come you moved there? Speak a little French, so I'll join the part of the US that gets annexed in Quebec. It's on Archon. You're in a Tabby P9? What are you doing here? Oh, you meant on my D-scan? You hanging out here with us? Interesting. Connected to a freaking drifter hole. Oh wait, your bag filled? Holy shit, I had no idea it was you. Oh, now I see NF. I get it now. Okay. Yo, he's in my corp this whole time. Amazing. I didn't know your Twitch name was that. I should ask for people's Twitch names too, so I'm not confused in the future. I don't get their YouTube names, so I don't call them clankers. You met your now ex-wife. She convinced me to move out here with her. Yeah. You like her? She's your wifo. Do you treat her well? Do you look forward to hanging out with her? Met my now wife? Yeah, sorry, I misread that. We're playing Eve on Friday? Wait, are we? I was just mapping real quick. You caught me like right when I was like just fucking around for a second. We watched a butter chicken video. We were talking about all types of stuff. We looked at the politicians from Galente. I've been going for a little bit already. Let me dock up before Chad has a stroke. I worked with a guy like 10 years ago. He was also young, who like moved to Colombia to be with a girl. What's up with them Colombian women? Someone said Chuck Norris die? In case you can't roundhouse the kick the Reaper to stay alive. Yeah, you should look up how bigoted that guy was. I don't even like making his jokes anymore, bro. I know, it ruins everything, but it's not my fault. As long as you know, that's all I care about. Harmless to make jokes though about it. No big deal. Ain't no thang but a chicken wang. I didn't know Chuck Norris was a racist prick. Yeah. Did you know Hulk Hogan was a racist prick, or are you just like clueless? Let's just watch like the first couple minutes of this, because we're gonna watch young Penguinzo tell us a little bit about the Afroman trial, because it's funny, and I'm sure he's got a hilarious take about it.
Man, I'm
not watching this whole video, but this is gonna be the perfect guy to deliver the news to. This is the perfect YouTuber to hear this.
Man, I haven't had a giggle quite like the Afroman trial has delivered. I have been getting tickled all day watching this trial and catching up with what I had missed previously on Dragon Ball Z from yesterday in the trial. It's just concluded, spoiler alert, Afroman completely won. And I mean, it was a complete victory here. He got him with the Mortal Kombat fatality in the courthouse here. The fucking police officers that were suing him are licking the toilet bowl clean after he shit all over them.
Thank you.
I'll show you the clip of the ruling in a moment here. For those that don't know, Afroman's house was raided a few years back under suspicion of kidnapping and narcotics. They found nothing.
Which is awesome, because like if you know who Afroman is in the hip hop scene, it's like this is not the Rico candidate. This is not the kingpin. This is a goofy ass guy who's just fucking smoking weed and just chilling, right? Like if you know anything about this guy, yeah, he's anti-establishment, but like what fucking rapper is not anti-establishment? That's not a justifiable reason.
It was a complete sham. It was
They found weed, son of a bitch.
And Afroman had security cameras set up on his property, so he caught all of this on film. And so he started to use some of that footage to make music, insulting them, ridiculing them, making fun of them, turning this misery into some boner jams for his art. And the officers that he has made songs about and made fun of,
hey, what's up, D-Girl?
got really upset. They got super sore about it, so they filed a defamation lawsuit.
Oh, the cops shouldn't be allowed to sue people for defamation. They're a public figure acting as an anonymous face for the state to enforce privacy laws. You shouldn't be allowed qualified immunity, much less the ability to sue people for defamation. That should be illegal. All right, Moist Critical, take it away.
Against him. And the lawsuit has made it all the way to court. And now
How y'all
it's settled,
doing?
but we got to witness what has to be one of the most entertaining court cases ever broadcast.
In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style.
Wow!
He said it like they were facts.
I don't know how the jury just didn't erupt into laughter numerous times throughout this case. There are so many moments just like that. So he has made a lot of songs and a lot of clips all about this raid and making fun of these officers. And I can't believe at no point throughout this process did the officers think, this is a bad idea. More people are going to find out about this. And that's exactly what happened. Huge Streisand effect here. So many people are learning about Afroman and the new songs he made about these officers through this defamation trial that's gone to court. So now the songs are blowing up all over again. So will you repair my doors?
9.2 million views, by the way, is crazy for such meme songs. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
For 9 million views. Lemon Pound Cake is probably going to start charting on fucking Billboard at this point. This one's going nuclear right now. And it's in part a large thanks to these officers being such fucking bumbling, drooling imbeciles that they actually tried to sue Afroman for defamation because he hurt their feelings through making fun of them in these songs. I gotta tell you, sports fans, if the officers were upset before, they're inconsolable now. Unless they have a humiliation fetish, they're probably not feeling too great about how this one's gone down, because everybody is making fun of them even more so now. And honestly, this whole case is fucking ridiculous. Anyone should look at this and obviously not be on the side of the officers here, because this is so absurd. Really, Afroman said it best while in court.
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't have came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact.
Tell it.
All of this is their fault.
Tell it.
They have the audacity
Yes.
to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same
Oh
time.
my god. Oh my god. And he shows up in the cleanest American fucking Jordan Peterson looking ass suit you've ever seen in your life. And he shows up with the stunner shades on with the double American flags on there. What are you going to say? He's bulletproof. He's bulletproof. Holy, what are you going to say? You fucking you hate the police. I'm riddled in American imperialistic design right now.
So what they did,
He's smart.
searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under
did.
the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
And I think I'm a sport for doing so. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try.
Wait, who asked? Was the prosecutor? Did the prosecutor ask him this, and he's just letting him ramble? Wait, this has to be the defense, right?
to play the victim and sue them.
Amen. All right, I think that about sums it up. He has the freedom of speech to make fun of these officers. They are public officials. What? They went onto his property, breaking his shit, apparently even disconnected some of the security cameras, which I feel like that should be completely illegal to disable, lawfully put up security cameras around one's own home. I think, and it seems court agrees, he was well within his rights to be making fun of these officers and using the footage of that raid in the subject of his songs, making fun of them, joking around, whatever he was doing with that music, using them. There should have never been a defamation case that went this far in the first place, but the fact that it did was a fucking slam dunk for comedy. So, let's dive into some of the highlight moments here from the court case.
By the way, there was no actual repercussions for the police here, and it almost seems like they threw the case because they didn't want to win it. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Weird.
So you're claiming that is the defamation with your wife,
Mr. Walter.
You're solely being painted in a false light due to Mr. Walters saying he had sex with your wife.
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
So you're claiming that is the
He's like, no, listen to me very carefully. I have sex with my wife. Oh, I do every day. She hates it, but I do it every day anyway. Love fucking my wife. She can't stand me. But Afro Man did not fuck my wife, I'm pretty sure.
Defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
All my friends think that my wife
all
banged
know
a black
that's
guy.
not true, correct?
This is reputational damage. Hold on, listen to this.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Fucking plot twist of the century. Game of Thrones.
I'm not actually sure if he's
could
fucking my
never.
wife.
The subversion of my expectations during this segment cannot be overstated. My jaw was on the floor. So I was already kind of giggly, kind of kicking my feet in my little chair when he was like, "Listen here, bub, Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't. Mr. Walters, me, does have sex with his wife. Raw, if you needed to know."
Dude, all right. That's crazy.
Hello,
Good thing for
friends.
Afro Man, dude. Shout out. Somebody wanted to talk about the Subnautica 2 lawsuit, and I have like interesting perspective on this, but you know, it's cut and dry. Most people think that this is just a studio being taken advantage of by a publisher, and that's true, but there's more to it, honestly. And just to not bury the lead here, Unknown Worlds is like not to be trusted, in my opinion. Now, are they more trustworthy than Krafton? Probably not. Or probably, but not by much.
And welcome back. This is certainly not a video I was expecting to be making today, but we have a massive update on the Subnautica 2 lawsuit situation. Now, this is quite the saga, and if you haven't been following the lawsuit, let me just give you the very quick rundown. Last year, the publisher behind Unknown Worlds Entertainment, the company that makes Subnautica, Krafton, effectively fired the entire original leadership and founders of Subnautica, that is, Charlie Cleveland, Max McGuire, as well as the company president, Ted Gill, for what they claimed was essentially a breach of contract and a failure to adhere to their responsibilities in relation to Subnautica 2. In return, the three founders fired back, claiming that the reason they were terminated was that Krafton was desperate to delay Subnautica 2 to avoid a promised $250 million payout bonus. Now, this lawsuit had been going on ever since, with a whole bunch of twists and turns, but today we finally have some news. Only about 30 minutes ago at the time when I'm recording this, an article came out on Bloomberg by Jason Schreier saying that a judge has ruled that Krafton must rehire the formerly fired Subnautica CEO, Ted Gill. Now, of course, in the light of their firing, a different CEO had been appointed for Unknown Worlds Entertainment. What's going to happen with that? I'm not exactly sure. But the judge effectively said that Krafton had, quote, breached the EPA by terminating the key employees without valid cause and by improperly seizing operational control of Unknown Worlds. Now, the story here actually runs...
Yeah, so first of all, let me just be clear here. You know, I don't think this video is going to get into it, but there's context you should know when you watch this, because everybody leaves this out. But Unknown Worlds is not in a vacuum. They've been making games for a long time, okay? And Below Zero, Subnautica Below Zero, was very disappointing because of their actions. They really let fans down really badly like there. Not because of the dialogue or the women or anything, but because it wasn't a finished game, had too much land, not wide enough, all these issues that people agreed upon, right? So first of all, understand that they really did fail with Below Zero, and they never, in my opinion, they lost face there, big time. But understand they make other games too. And I'm familiar with a game called Moonbreaker, made by this studio, Unknown Worlds, right? And the game is a scam. And what I mean by that is like the whole thing leads you to believe that there's like going to be the ability to play kind of like online or on a ladder or... But the problem is there's nobody playing the game. But every bit of copy on there is pointing you towards that. And when you get it, you go through the tutorial, right? It's a classic scam. Now, Unknown Worlds is doing that. It's remarkable, right? Go look up Moonbreaker if you think I'm wrong. Look up that game and tell me that's not a scam. Even to this day, they're taking people's $30 for a game that's dead as a doornail and has like 2 members on a Discord. And they're saying that it's multiplayer. They're saying that you can play ranked on there and there's a ladder. It's just a big scam, right? So understand that that completely ruined my opinion as an Unknown World. And then this happens. You have Krafton that bought Subnautica essentially and Unknown Worlds, as far as I understand, 500 mil, 250 guaranteed. If Subnautica hit certain projections, they were going to hit them, right? Even with all the bullshit that Unknown Worlds is doing, they were going to hit the projections. So Krafton said, fuck this, we're going to jettison them by any means necessary and keep ourselves from having to pay out that 250 million. Now, what I'm not seeing reported is that the guys running Unknown Worlds are being very flippant with these promises and spending a lot of time doing things that have nothing to do with Subnautica 2. And also, they're running like scam games. I don't see any of that ever represented. And we can get into what they're doing with their things, but these guys basically have passion projects they're spending extreme amounts of time and energy on when they're supposed to be making Subnautica 2 succeed, right? And that's documented. So what Krafton was guilty of is firing without cause, so they have to rehire back. But that doesn't mean that Unknown Worlds was not being extremely flippant with this community faith that they've built up from Subnautica and Natural Selection, right?
Surprisingly deep. According to the judge's findings, as the early access of Subnautica 2 neared, the Krafton CEO Chang'an Kim began looking for ways to avoid paying the earnout, supposedly even consulting ChatGPT multiple times for help with messaging the change to the fans of the franchise, which is certainly a choice. A culmination of that is what the court has ruled as the breach of contract. Based on that, Krafton must, quote, immediately restore Guild's access to the Steam platform and is not allowed to impede Guild's authority over the early access launch of Subnautica 2. On top of that, it looks like the 250 million sales bonus is still on the table, with the judge extending the eligibility to September 15th, and apparently the co-founders have a contractual right to extend this even.
So this is probably a good outcome, by the way, even with my bias against them. Like, a publisher should not just be able to jettison a company and steal their game just because the owners lose focus. But when it comes to paying out a massive incentive, it's like, you know, I have very little empathy for either side. I don't really care about these guys stealing money from each other. Just make the fucking game, stop firing each other, right? Like, it's like just more money bullshit getting in the way of creative. It's like you have an opportunity to salvage your reputation in the mind of like scrupulous critics like me for this company I've been following since like the early 2000s. And they're just blowing it by just somehow not having the legal fortitude to prevent this situation from happening in the first place as a studio, you know?
Further to March.
They're both at fault here. I think Krafton is the dumber and worse of the two parties. But make no mistake, I don't subscribe to the idea that Unknown Worlds is just some helpless little Subnautica baby company and like they just do everything right. No shot. Not the one I know.
2027. Now look, I don't want to dive right back into all of the intricacies of the lawsuit and what both sides have claimed, because you can see all of that in the saga of videos that I will link down in the description if you care about all of the details. As it stands right now, it appears that at least Ted Gill will return to his position as the CEO, and based on what we have been seeing in devlogs and other videos from Unknown Worlds, Subnautica 2 is proceeding to release in a really good state, and I think the game for one looks awesome. Now, I understand there were people in both camps, so I'm not really taking sides here. In response to this ruling, a Krafton spokesperson said that, quote, while we respectfully disagree with today's ruling, we are evaluating our options as we determine our path forward. On top of that, they did also say that they are looking to release Subnautica as soon as possible.
Michael.
So, bottom line is, regardless of which side you are on or which side you agree with, this is the ruling that the judge has made, and for us as players, the important thing is that we are probably getting the game very soon, and it looks like it's going to be an awesome experience, so that's all we can hope for.
What's up, FG?
But anyways, that's it, guys. I just wanted to give you an update on how...
You said your wifey called? Hell yeah.
...this is going. Hope you all find it informative. I'm going to link all of their sources down in the description.
So Johnny 5 says I might have to avoid Subnautica. I don't think you will. I think they're going to figure it out. I think the game is probably mostly done at this point. I think Subnautica 2, they're going to understand that Below Zero was unacceptable and they're going to finish it. I don't have any faith in them. I just suspect that they have the capability and interest of making Subnautica 2 actually good. I believe that. I just don't trust Unknown Worlds blindly. No shot. They have to get faith back built up to me personally. Like the story of Killdozer? Do you know the story of Killdozer? Is that the guy that took the thing out and just started going crazy with it? What's up, Inverse? Welcome back, FG. Crabby says, is this the racist you banned? He's on TV now. Listen here, you little shit. I fuck my wife every day. So I don't really know necessarily. Obviously, I can't purport to have all the facts 100% right on this. I'm not even involved, but you know, we're dealing with two scumbag companies doing scumbag company shit. You're being, yeah, I remember hearing about that. Isn't that like the end game for libertarians? Not tonight, honey, I have a headache. That's exactly. He probably hears that a lot. You know how you break that guy down? You say, when was the last time you made a woman come? He'll just start frothing at the mouth and just start throwing bottles. Somebody asked that to Jake Lang when he was protesting in New York in front of Mamdani's apartment or whatever. Some reporter walked up to him and asked him that. It's like, get the fuck out of here. Ooh-wee. Oh, goodness. The guy that got fucked by some company went wild. Yeah, the idea that Krafton tried to use ChatGPT to craft their message, like, I guess it's not, you know, relevant, but it's, like, to the bigger picture, but it is a good sign of just, like, how pathetic these people are. They can't even formulate their own thoughts. On like a huge business, like these are supposed to be the movers and shakers, right? These people with all this money in these companies, and like they're still just like, you know. The spring sale on Steam is live, but I saw the notification email come through. They had it titled the winter sale. Uh-oh. Interesting. I think that means we should all get free games. The IDF has multiple killdozers. That is a fact, my friend. That does not surprise me. Settling ain't easy. Demolishing people's, you know, virtually ancestral homes, you know, you need tools for that. And if you can kill the occupants and demolish the house at the same time, I mean, that's just good. That's just efficiency. Yeah, dude. I think that's sort of what the IDF believes in. Oh God! Pulling 0 punches. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, sister? All I can do is just, you know, I'm not even one of these people that like, I hope I'm alive when things change. I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying whatever I gotta say while I'm here. Kind of like how killing brown people takes 200 billion. Oh, man. I want to say it would take like 300 billion normally, but Iranians, you know, can be kind of light-skinned too sometimes. So, you know, it eases up the cost. Oh, goodness. Hello, my name is Chlorokin, and I'm a socialist. FG says, rip. How's your neighbor? He's a mark-ass bitch is how he's doing. I don't know what to say, man. He's just... I can't understand some people's motivations. But yeah, I saw him out there the other day. I was like, don't ever fucking block my shit. I'm not going to ask you again. So next time he does it, he's going to have an actual issue. Chlorokin, I'm an inverse flux a derp. No, you're a cute chatter is what you are. Since you're the Hackerman Linux boy, do you know about Stuxnet? We're on the topic of Iran. Yeah, I do know about Stuxnet. Air-gapped, right? Meltdown, hiding the sensors. Yeah, I think we talked about Stuxnet at some point. Maybe it was last week when you weren't here. I wanted to say we talked about Stuxnet last week when you weren't here. I was explaining to them how like it's always like some Russian or like Iranian or North Korean hacker responsible for all that. They're always so capable, but like in reality, like no, they're not that good at all. The stuff that Western governments can do with the tech leaps is insane. Brutal. Stuxnet is like a long time ago, but you know, you're talking about some absolutely ridiculous sophistication. It's like people are like Russian hackers. It's like, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's mad Russian people, and a bunch of them are dudes or whatever good with computers. and they don't really care if they hack Westerners. Like, it's just like sport. Like, who cares? Like, these people would kill you if they could, you know? That's what it kind of is. Like, if we could just fight Russia and get rid of them, we would. We can't, though. That's the point of the weaponry. Professor Snope says, took my first steps into Linux and started with Cache. Made a mistake and tried to get Hyperlin to work and failed miserably. Yeah, Hyperlin is not necessarily for a new bro. I don't know if you're a new bro or not to attack like this, but you might just like a normal DE with, you know, tiling window manager, like keybinds. But if you're stuck on Hyperlin, I mean, you know, we do have people that use it, but it is a bit of a bear with Eve, sadly. Snope, what's up, dude? Pegasus virus, 0-click infection. I can't remember which one that is. Let's go jump his neighbor who's with me. Nah, we can't do that. I can't do violence. I can't even like yell at him, honestly. He's like not that intimidating. He's just like a dude, you know, little goober. I mean, I can't like, you know. He just stays off my shit. That's all it is. I'm not tripping on it. He's just some dude that just doesn't, he takes a few barks to get him to leave. That's how it is every step. Number of 0 days in that bitch. Yeah. A Pegasus or Stux? He said save some of that 200 bill. Somebody said what, $500 a head? 200 bill. Yeah, that's a lot of cash. Just say the word, bro. Nah, no violence. I don't need, we don't have to spin on anybody. What we have to do is just promote love and try to learn about other systems that challenge this one and keep selling our labor, making money, holding our bosses to account, right? But I appreciate you. I'll back you up if you need a hand too. If you need someone to spin, I'll get you. I had a good life, you know? He's an unhappy little boy. Yeah, it's true. But I try not to think about it too much. You know, these days it's pretty rare he messes with me. I was just so shocked he did that the other day. It just blew my mind. Bad neighbor. I guess it could be worse, you know? Dude could have shot me by now. Who knows? You can be a goober and still pull out the fucking, you know? The, little handgun. Wholesome stream on a Friday? No way. I start banning people. I did. We had a hype train when I first started. I banned like 8 people. I want to say I timed 1 or 2 other people out for being annoying. I don't think I banned any fascists today, did I? You think I should unban Yvonne and give him one more chance to understand why horseshoe theory is just conflating something really important? You have to unban the Chuds to make it interesting again? I thought about that. I don't think so, though. I think we talk about the news just briefly each Friday, have a little bit of a debate. I mean, it's really kind of a nice spot, frankly. Like, it is exhausting to debate constantly. That's why I'm happy Maya kind of stole your attention, because you're pretty voracious. I'm up for it, but
Autopilot,
you know?
jumping.
What's a horseshoe theory? Well, horseshoe theory would be the idea that the left and the right, so fascism and communism, are the same thing. And there's a lot of reasons why people believe this. Number one, they don't understand what the words mean. Number two, they see that both systems use popular forces to achieve their goals. They see that and they say it's the same thing. But in reality, right, you know, you can't go so far left you become right. It doesn't actually wrap around, right? What people see, like, they're like, oh, you become so violent when you hit one end of the spectrum. And that's not really based in historical record, but that's what it actually means. It has nothing to do with you flip ideologies and come back around. It's just not a thing, because the most stalwart leftist on the planet, there's one of them out there, the communist that he is, or she is, like, they're not going to suddenly subscribe to fascism because they've done a violence. Even that doesn't make sense. FG coming back in with more subs. Hey, yo! We're going to have a black shirt and red reading group eventually. Watch. It's fun to disagree as long as it's in good faith. Yeah. And it's also fine to, like, you know, shit on each other's views too. It is. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't, you know, ANCAP's a little hard to talk to, but, like, you know, libertarian, like, it's not really that hard for us to just have a convo. We don't even have to be civil. That's my point. There's no gloves off. I'm not threatened by a libertarian's ideology like I am a fascist. That's what it comes down to. And maybe that's patronizing, but maybe you feel the same way, vice versa. I don't know. What's a tanky? Tanky is a pejorative used primarily to describe leftists who subscribe to violent tactics to achieve their means. Traditionally, the state employing heavy machinery, weaponry of war. It actually goes back to a historical event that's not really relevant to how we use it today, but it goes back to an actual historical event involving the rollout of tanks. But a tanky is a term used to dismiss leftist ideas more than it is anything else. I think you'll find that most leftists you talk to don't enjoy the idea of having to deal with violence at all. It's just we live in a world with imperials with guns. Like, I don't know what to say, But there are, of course, leftists that would love to just get back at everybody or like really put the boot on someone's. You got that too, right? So you got to understand, it doesn't apply to Russian apologists. But there's a huge overlap with that too, because people will call, Chinese sympathists tanky as well. It really just has to do with like the enemy governments nowadays that like actually wield their authority against the US. The people that really kind of stand them are usually called tankies. But it does have a meaning, even if it's largely lost. Like, I feel like it would be hard to call me a tanky if you understand my perspectives. However, I'm called a tanky constantly, right? In parlance, in political theaters. But like a lot of people, they'll bring up Stalin and whatnot, and it's just like, I don't believe that the purges were like the way to go about these issues. Like, I don't think you can reckon with Nazis and like talk them out of it. But, like, it's not hard for me to understand that force can be used in a good system against the people or against, something. It's not hard for me to understand that. I happen to think a lot of the people that were purged were fucking Nazis. But yeah, obviously not all of them. Of course not. Of course not. And you'd be a fool to think that everybody was sent to a gulag to work 10 hours a day. You'd be a fool to think that they were all guilty. And that's why there's criticism there. But to have, to invoke Stalin as some form of, I win, like, no way, I'll fight that all day long. What's up, Harvey? Yeah, see, I guess there's context there. So I won't speak to how European people use the word, I suppose. I shouldn't argue other people's terminology. How you doing, Harvey? The main difference is intent, yeah. I think that using the word tanky is generally a little lazy, in my opinion. It just is it's like calling someone a chud. It's the same thing. It's very similar laziness to it. You just don't want to actually get to know who you're dealing with out of disrespect. I use chud constantly, so it's the same thing. Stalin was a criminal initially. I didn't believe in anything, to be honest. You're not out here arguing that Stalin did nothing wrong. I'm telling you that I've said a lot of things that people disagree with. We've dissected the Ukraine famine and surrounding regions. We've just dissected that. My opinion on that. I didn't see it. I don't see it in a historical record of intent. I mean, it can't be a genocide. It's just a fucking ridiculous mass casualty on the hands of the USSR. We've talked about this immensely, but I refuse to just demonize figures in history just because the West doesn't like them. People say Stalin a lot, but I wonder why more white guys and girls or whatever, or people in the West or whatever. I wonder why more people don't talk about Mao more instead of Stalin. It's just because you think we know more about Stalin. It's if you want to talk about actual numbers and death, it's why would you go for second place? Lost my Loki this morning. Oh no. I'll sell you another one, dude. Twice Jitta sell. I'm just kidding. It's like making from the French. Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's just, it does nobody any good to say because I understand most of my chat doesn't agree with me on Soviet Union. I don't want to go into it because we'll just talk about that all day long. But I firmly believe the Soviet Union was a good thing for the world. Got some tips for a Tengu beginner in Wormhole or Null? So Tengu's pretty straightforward. You know, I'd maybe stick to null so you can make sure you don't get jumped on without, you know, some warning. Really good for combat exploration. You can scan down sites, refit with a depot. I recommend using a yurt. No way nobody can really scan it down unless they got virtues. Keep it cheap. Don't bling it out. Be prepared to lose it, right? Don't bling out on a pod, but definitely use some implants. Cheap ones. And have fun. Tengu's a really good ship. Great ship to learn. Bad idea to have Loki and Wolf Riot. Uh-oh. He says, Crab, 100% if you grew up in post-Soviet countries, you wouldn't say that. Well, to be clear, my opinion is not informed by where I'm from. It's biased from where I'm from, but my opinion is informed by studying the material historical record, right? So the idea that if I grew up in a Soviet country, I might have a different opinion, probably true. But my analysis of the Soviet Union, Stalin, Trotsky, Lenin, that's based on history, on the academic record of what's happened here, right? You know, I feel like I have this conversation every week, but like the experiences of a few people on the outskirts of the Soviet Union that only remember the dissolution of it as the status quo, it's not relevant. It's the same level of like diaspora nonsense we see out of like Iranian Americans. It's like, you are actually not representative of the land that you claim. You were there at the tail end of a system ravaged by capitalism. And you got the brunt end of that. You had your breadlines. And that's all you remember. You don't remember it going back to World War II or before that. There's none of that. It's just we had to wait in line for bread because the shit was collapsing. That's why it's just so hard to take Eastern Europeans that say, I was born here, I know what this is like. It's like, were you? What year were you born, friend? In the 80s? Late 70s? Because I don't know what to tell you. I think I have just the same level of ability to criticize this as somebody born there in that era. If you're an old head and you remember communism and you're here to talk to me instead of deliver hearsay through your children, sure, let's talk about it. I'd love to know what you think. But I don't want to hear about your grandma who said Soviet Union in Soviet Russia, you know, they would do this, that, and the third. He says, no, you don't. Sure I do. Of course I do. What? So let's do it. I'm not afraid, Krabby. So you're saying you grew up in post-Soviet countries. So it was bad, right? Get your opinion out there. Talk to me. He says that's the American speaking in you. Interesting. So you're going to patronize me based on the fact that I'm from the US? Interesting. How about instead you state your opinion and we'll have a conversation, right? Because what I suspect is that where I'm dealing with another knucklehead, probably, you know, has this family that just anti-communist runs in its roots, right? Probably has some uncles, right? That were awfully sympathetic to some suspicious things. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Be right back. He says you missed all that? Yeah, no worries. So tell me. Tell me how I have it wrong. This is my education moment from Krabby 2. This conversation started because you said if I was born in a post-Soviet country, I would have a different opinion. No, I don't want a video. I want your opinion. I want you to tell me, number one, where you were born, since it's important to you, and roughly what era you were born in. If you can't do that, we're not going to be here. We're not going to have a conversation because you clearly are just willing to form an opinion but not substantiate it. Ukraine? What era? So obviously, like, are we dealing with somebody that thinks the Holodomor was a genocide? Right? Because you have to understand, like, Ukraine is the poster child for, like, having that far-right uncle that loves Nazis. You have to understand that, right? Like, you have to understand this. This is not going to end well for you. I feel like I have this conversation every single week, and every time it ends with somebody not having a good time. He says, I'm Ukrainian, but I don't grasp for accurate namings. Do you believe the Holodomor was a genocide? I mean, of course you think it was, right? I mean, so does it bother you that on Western Wikipedia, it is very much established that there's no consensus on intent? Does that not bother you? Because when I go to look at the Holocaust, right, it's just 10,000 books written about the historical academic record. Well, because it's extra biased in your favor because Ukraine's part of the West. I mean, you're in a country with a battalion of Nazis, right? I don't know what to tell you. Like, my country also loves Nazis. And I understand why. After the famines, people in Ukraine literally opened arms to Nazi liberators. It was bad. I feel bad. But, you know, time to snap out of that. Yeah, he's not going to state his opinion. He's not going to tell me when he was born. He's just going to link some bullshit YouTube video and say I'm from Ukraine, so I know better than you, American. And it's just wild because you understand, you and I are from two countries that are part of the same Western hegemonic coin, right? We're both Nazi sympathetic, borderline fascist countries, right? So what are you trying to say here? The whole point is that the Soviet Union lifted people out of poverty. It killed the illiteracy rate. Literacy shot up. There were extreme issues in famines throughout the region over decades. And full responsibility of the Soviet Union is for the famine in Ukraine and surrounding regions. It was 100% their fault. Every single loss was on their hands. But there's no record of intent. How could that be a genocide if it was a mistake? And there's no record of intent. I mean, I'm directly challenging you, and you're just like ignoring it all. So I feel like you're not going to cut it here, bud. The sentiment towards Soviet and Eastern Europe comes from the fact that it basically invaded shit out of other Slavic countries. Can you define what you mean by the term Nazi? Because I'm not sure the follow this term is thrown around a lot. I mean, we're talking about literal Nazis from Nazi Germany when we're having this conversation. When I say the people, a bunch of the people that Stalin purged were Nazi sympathizers or Nazis, I'm saying to this political movement, this fascist political movement. When I'm talking about Ukraine being sympathetic to Nazis, I'm saying literal Nazis. They have a battalion called the Azov Battalion that has Nazi insignias. They have history. Look at Banderas. Look up the history of Ukraine. They have idols that are Nazi affiliated. People are quick to bring up the Soviet Union's pact with Nazi Germany. Dude, the Soviet Union signed a non-aggression pact with Nazi Germany after America, UK, France, fucking Spain, every other country on the planet signed that non-aggression pact before the Soviet did, right? Every argument you have is just snitching that you love Nazis. Not you. I'm just saying that when these people come up with these things. He said it's a genocide when there's a famine and you literally do not let people leave at gunpoint, which is what they did. No, that's not true, Willie. Of course it's not true. If that was true, it would be a genocide. It's difficult for survivors of these tragedies to look at things objectively. I just feel like if my history was in Ukraine and there was a famine, I would be looking for intent, and I would have a source of intent that was so indisputable. When people try to tell me it wasn't a genocide, I would whip it out instantly. How is it possible that your own biased sources have such a problem with this claim? He says, dude, if we sit down for a long talk, we'll sure end up having the same views. Well, then maybe you could use this as a learning moment and understand that your experience in Ukraine was not indicative of the Soviet Union as a project. Your short time in this world, I'm assuming you're not an old head based on how you're talking. Your short time in this world is not indicative of that era. I guarantee you, I can guarantee you, you got a lot to learn about the Soviet Union. I guarantee it. Does non-aggression pact include part where they share other countries' lands? I mean, you can look it up. I'm not going to get into it. If the argument was signing a non-aggression pact with Nazi Germany was a bad idea, the entire West also did that. And it was a bad idea. And I agree with that. Nazi Germany obviously was not worth signing pacts with. But it's obviously the material case that the Soviets fucking won World War II after that. They paid the biggest price. They did the most fucking shaking. It's funny, the Soviets were part of the fucking Allies for a short period of time, right up until it was inconvenient for capitalists. Dude, I'm willing to be convinced on the Ukraine famines under the Soviet Union at any given point. If somebody can produce an academic source for intent, I would love to be right about this. I would love to be right about this. I would love to understand that I was tricked and that there was a clear indication of intent. After running from the war 2 times in my life, I don't care about these small arguments. Well, then you need to be quiet because people that do care about these arguments are talking. But I'll tell you this, because I'm from the US and because you're from Ukraine, your opinion means no more or less than mine. It seems like I'm way more studied on the Soviet Union than you are, despite you having very strong antagonistic opinions for it, given your family history. Joe Barr says you're lost in polarity. Okay. Well, that's cool, Joe. No worries. Nazis were bad, but them uniforms were so stylish. Hugo Boss. Yeah, but it's not really. I'm not really worried about solving anything. I'm just basically trying to establish that I'm not going to talk with people that deny reality. You feel me? And I didn't even bring this stuff up. You're the one who disqualified me because I'm not from Eastern Europe. Remember that. This is all you telling me that I'm not from Eastern Europe. I don't understand the Soviet Union. And I think you're wrong. And I think that you're misguided. And that's that. If you don't want to talk about it, no worries. You tried to disqualify my tone. Okay. But I obviously can't, so I continue. I don't know, man. Maybe don't come at me and say that I'm not qualified or that I don't know better because I wasn't born in some region during the dissolution of the Soviet Union. I mean, it's just such insanity. Like, one component of this massive federal apparatus is purely, during one era, is indicative of everything. It's just wild. Both of our countries love Nazis. What do you want me to say? Zelensky was the peace candidate, and look where he got you. Thoughts on Czechoslovakia? I feel like even if when you actually look at the academic arguments for it, like, you know, it is kind of hard to imagine a global superpower just murking its own capita, you know? But it happens sometimes, so it's not like it couldn't happen. Well, but we're going to have to, at some point, watch Bad Empanada video on this, I think. We're going to have to watch it, I think. Even though I'm not a big fan of him, right? I understand. As a trans person, you may not like him, but we can just look at the sources. You know, I'm gonna keep it real. Like, it's not, it is a region that grows a ton of grain. Ukraine should never have a famine, ever. For Ukraine to have a famine implies such level of gross mismanagement that the people doing it should be executed. I've never once said that's not the case. What I struggle to find is a plan, an intent, a missive, something required for that word to apply. If your argument is, does it matter if it's a genocide? I would say no, it doesn't. It's awful and I hate it all the same. But nobody ever asks that. They just want to know if it's a genocide or not. They just want to call it the Holodomor and make it sound like Holocaust. That's it. Isn't Ukraine one of the most fertile places on the planet? Yeah, they grow insane grain there. That's why I'm trying to explain to you. To do that requires a few things. Guys, you can go read about it, but I'm going to explain a few things. There are bourgeois farmers that were protesting by destroying their fields. This is one small factor. It didn't cause the famine, okay? There's another factor of poor harvests, right? There's another factor of extreme shipments out of Ukraine for other reasons, and it all coalesces into something that, honestly, dude, it didn't seem like anybody wanted to happen. Now, who's responsible for that? The Soviet Union. Who should have heads roll for that? Soviet Union. I've not seen the actual connect the dots as to this being a plan, being intended. It can't fit the definition of genocide. It can't do it. Now, if you ask me again, if that matters, I would say I don't care. I think nobody had to die there, and I could cry that my brothers and sisters in Ukraine had to endure a famine for no fucking reason. I cry about it. You see the video from like a year ago about the Polish president who authorized the military to shoot refugees who attempt to cross their border illegally? Crazy stuff. No, I haven't. It's just a huge... Well, sure, but that's not the argument. It has to be a genocide to Ukraine nationalists, and they've pushed that message for a while now. I'm trying to explain to you something that the term the Holodomor is double-edged. Number one, they're misreporting facts, and number two, they're piggybacking on the term the Holocaust. Who's this random guy I'm not supposed to like? Bad Empanada. He's a bread tuber who said some bullshit on Twitter a couple times, but he's anti-imperialist. Innocent people are the ones that suffer. True. You're also forgetting the rapid shift in industrialization during those days. Well, I'm not forgetting anything. I'm just trying not to like get into the actual weeds of the argument because I think this would be a huge mistake. Like what I mentioned, the kulaks, the bourgeois farmers, like this is something that like, you know, Ukraine nationalists will try to debunk, you know, it's just like it goes back and forth and back and forth. I'm just trying to say there's a whole rack of factors that led to that failure. But it's just too convenient for the West to turn that into a Holocaust. It's too convenient for them and they cannot help it. Why was I supposed to watch it? I didn't say you have to. I said we might have to watch it. He did a video on the sourcing for the Holodomor that I found compelling. Do you believe Ukraine is its own country and the second invasion is wrong? You personally, not politically? You mean now? You mean Russia and Ukraine conflict since like 2014? Yeah, I don't agree with Russia's imperialist invasion. Even if Ukraine is doing things to Russian nationals and the Donetsk and stuff, that's not reason to do imperial invasion. Even though Russia is being corralled by NATO, it's not a reason to do an invasion and kill people. Like, Russia's fucking stupid for that. They're dumb as shit. And quite frankly, it's not, you're not going to really find academic leftists that excuse imperialism no matter how much anti-US they are. Then why are you arguing about the past? Because I feel like it's not fair to say that the Soviets genocided their own people there based on everything I've read. But I guess I'll never really be able to convince people. Sounds like you're addressing me as I believe the true genocide. Oh, sorry, I may have. Maybe I was. Sorry. Don't let yourself get tricked on that one. It was a nothing burger. Basically, the video is really long and it's droning. I did mention it to you because I think he had some like post about trans that was like making fun of him or something, and it's really out of pocket for a leftist. So I want to say that like most trans people knew that he's, not an ally or whatever. I think he's just an asshole. That's all. But his anti-imperialism game is on point. So take it as you will. I don't even think he's anti-LGBTQ, but he did say a thing that was making light of it. So you can sort it out on your own. Cuba Crisis come to mind. Directive 22, January 1933, signed by Joseph Stalin, titled Preventing Exodus of Starving Peasants, specifically targeting Ukraine and seal the border. All right, let me see what the directive is. This is your source. I'll give you my point. Yeah, it's wrong when you say stuff that's like this. Russia takes that and twists the context. So, well, of course Russia's going to twist it. But Russia's another imperialist dog of war state, just like mine is. They're just not as good at it. The only reason I talk any kindly about Russia is because, number one, I like people, and Russians are people, and because they push back against the U.S. This is the same reason why I talk about Iran as if it was an ally, because they push back against the U.S., not because I endorse them holistically. So we had a chatter post a source on a directive about restricting the movement of Ukrainian peasants during that era. I'd have to get my dates exactly right here. At least he's trying to post the source. I like this. Let's see here. What was the decree, though? I'm trying to read it. So they basically are preventing a mass diaspora, basically. Under the guise of preventing mass movement. So this is a restriction on mass movement. I guess, this is important to understand, but you gotta understand what mass exodus means in this case, right? I think this is important to understand, right? I'm pretty sure that destabilizes everything, no? And kills everything. The Russians were stationed in Cuba because the Americans were stationed in Turkey. Well, we understand that during the Cold War, the Americans were the aggressors. Like, we understand that. I mean, it's a counter-revolutionary directive, but like you could easily interpret that as restriction of movement, I suppose. It seems kind of obvious that it's like made to prevent like militias from forming counter-revolutionaries. I'd like to see. Well, I'd like to see like enforcement of that if you could find any of that, because that's the type of thing you should substantiate for sure. I like that. This is a good point. He's actually trying. What it seems like is like that's preventing revolutionary uprisings, which, I would call that a massive failure in this instance, right? Starvation's a pretty good reason to uprise. But I'd be interested to know in what the actual mode of transport was like, despite the decree, for the average person. I'm assuming if you're a massive group of people, you're not allowed to move because of this decree. But it's pretty distinct with this verbiage about its mass groups of people. I don't know. It's a good point. Thank you for presenting that to me. The order is part of what I'm calling willful negligence. Let me see the date. 1 second, let me see. Trying to find some dates here. So I can better understand his post. I'm trying to see precisely when relief was delivered, so I don't mess up my days. Yeah, I mean, you gotta understand this decree was in early 1933, right? And this was about when it was at the height, when it was tapering off. The entire famine started before that, though, in the Soviet Union. It's not really confusing. Also, we have a ton of literature by Stalin on this. You know, even like the most damning stuff I've read is largely about like we need to, you know, turn, you know, Ukraine into a stronghold for the USSR instead of a revolutionary breeding ground kind of deal, you know? Even like that rhetoric is like, it seems political. I don't think you do that by killing them. You said, don't envy you, you kind of put a bullseye on yourself, give you credit for taking all comers and debating your beliefs. Well, it's not really that difficult to do. Like, I'm just truth seeking. See you, Willie Mac. If you can show me a little, like maybe a book or like a documentary on the actual travel restrictions during that time, that would be kind of interesting to learn more about. Because my understanding was that they weren't gonna do, you know, mass travel. I mean, that was pretty understood. That's part of what Blue Star talks about with, you know, it's part of the management of the entire issue. If the issue wasn't mismanaged, I mean, there could have been a mass relocation at any point, right? Did they mismanage it because they didn't know what were done? Because they didn't care about minority? This is the part I have a hard time believing, though. You know, like Ukraine is such an important part geologically to the Soviet Union, like position-wise, right? I just don't... Even the most salient arguments that take the documents at the most charitable towards the West, like even being as charitable as possible, it's like, at best, this thing was mismanaged, but like there was pain wanted to be inflicted. Like that's usually what the argument I hear, right? It's like, but I just don't see the record of that. Like I've read about this, and the factors leading up to it are pretty cut and dry. You have bad yields, you have people burning fields, you have counter-revolutionary forces organizing, you have Nazi influences. It's like, this is a complicated region. To have a famine there doesn't help anybody. Historically, the Soviet government doesn't care about minorities, and now Russia? Well, this is not true. You could phrase if your argument is that they prioritize different regions, I mean, I'm not going to argue that. But to say they don't care about minorities, I mean, that's as a blanket statement is 100% wrong. Retro. What's up, buddy? Callous disregard for population's leader saw as nothing but trouble. I mean, the bottom line is that, like, you know, it's really hard to have this conversation in this format, number one, but I'm doing it. I do it almost every week. People love this topic, but I guess what is so important about it being a genocide, you know? Like, we've talked about how, like, the Holodomor as a term was, you know, it's like this was invoked chosen to invoke the imagery of the Holocaust, right? Like, but like these two events were nothing alike. Like, are we concerned about that? Like, I understand maybe you don't want to read Inventing Reality by Perenzi or Manufacturing Consent by Chomsky. Maybe you just want to read Marxist material. Maybe you don't want to give a fuck about how messaging is, but like, isn't it kind of annoying that, like, the enemy, like, always just fucks up in the worst possible ways and hates its people, and we love our people over here and we make no mistake? Isn't it annoying how convenient it is? Don't you ever get tired of that, people? You mean throw out 10 million people into the grinder to stop the Nazis, kind of? I don't care. It's hard to say that the Red Army's losses in World War II were because the Soviets didn't care. You might say they, you know, were prepared to sustain the losses, I guess. I mean, I fail to see how anything other than what they did in World War II was heroic, you know? I mean, their losses were bad. Maybe they suck at fighting, but they still did the thing. I mean, what the West did was heroic as well, but the sacrifice wasn't even close to the same. Like, you read accounts from Stalin and came to this conclusion. It's like you're reading a killer's personal diary in court to take his account for the ruling. You know, on the contrary, it's that I can see things that somebody does right and wrong, and I'm not prepared to just assume that everything is at face value, right? Like, if you think that I'm getting... Like, I've read works from Stalin. Stalin's a part of most reading lists, right? But if you think that my opinion is informed by reading his own works on Stalin... You know, I guess, you know, you were just on different levels on this, you know? Like, you are somebody who is in Ukraine or from Ukraine. Like, I don't expect you to have the same lack of bias on this. But Stalin purged? Oversaw the government when there were famines, won World War II, you know? I've already said famines are awful. They deserve full culpability for that, right? Like, what am I getting wrong in your head? I mean, I understand, like, you're Ukrainian and, like, I get this. You have your bias, but what's up, Sturpington? It's the same as the ID poll trap that the left falls into, spending all the time debating definitions instead of working on anything of substance. Right now, the CIA field guide when it comes to sabotaging an enemy. And we're just talking here, bud. Don't worry. There's no organizing going on here, Cinnaball. I get frustrated with semantic debates. Maybe it's not for you. I'm learning more from you this way. Well, of you. Did we genocide? Did the USSR genocide Kazakhstan too? The Caucasus, did they all get genocided when the famines happened? Did China genocide everybody for every single famine that happened in China over hundreds of years? It just gets tiring. The idea that someone would choose famine to genocide their own people in such a vital position, like, it just doesn't stand up to scrutiny, and that's why I was so interested in the topic. That's why I looked into it. That's why I learned about it. It just doesn't make sense. It's just, you know, even if you're anti U.S. and you like understand what we do, it's like you should take these claims very carefully. Who'd you vote for in the Gal election? I didn't vote. I don't believe in electoral politics, but I'd vote for the Sockdam guy. We're willing to die to the last man to defend our land and our freedom. It's noble, but if they're willing to die to the last man to defend their land and called communist is callous. Yeah, but that's the thing is our military doesn't even defend shit. We just murder people. Like, come on, you know. Your account was hacked. Uh-oh. Because in my mind initially, yeah, I understand that because in the Western, in the capitalist mind, like you either believe everything the State Department tells you about history, or you're like a Russian saboteur. You know, like my position can't exist in most people's heads, which is just I'm trying to understand the facts. I'm not prepared to sit here and say every single thing that Stalin did as a leader was evil. Like that's what you're led to believe, and it's just not true. My dad's Arab Christian from Jerusalem. Hell yeah. Sub Shamfara. It's hard to exert such a tight central control over an economy. That's why communism is gradually... Well, it just seems like we live in a world where, like, you know, if you don't think Stalin is bad, that means you're, you know, a terrorist. And it's just like, okay, well, fair enough. Whatever you want to say, bro. I'm looking at what dude did. I'm not even the one obsessed with him. Everybody else is. I suppose it's a recurring theme that we have Eastern European people here that are staunch anti-communists, or maybe this case he's not, that just have this completely polarized view of things. They're not prepared to accept that the Soviet Union was helpful to so many people. Not just as an anti-imperial, like an anti-capitalist counterweight. Oh man, partially responsible for starting World War II is not a bad man. Bro, the West was riding Hitler's dick the whole fucking time. Right up until the war. What do you mean? If you're talking about the pact, we already covered that. It's old news. They're like the 9th state to sign a non-aggression pact. And it was all a mistake. Every single country that signed it, including the US. Soviet Union has to be bad to people. It has to be. Like, and they'll go out to great lengths to like ignore things and or like what? Why does nobody ever respond when I say it shot literacy rates up and improved quality of life for the proletariat? Like, why does nobody even care about that? Because some guy born in the 80s when shit hit the fan and capitalism finally fucking put the death nail in the idea, like had a bad time because like it's so childlike. My comment about nobles versus callous was sarcasm directed at the same rough actions. It's the same people that go communism has killed X number of people, but won't look at the concept that capitalism has killed more or less. Well, there you go, Cinnable. It is very interrelated to that. I mean, if you listen to people talk about communist deaths, it's like, you know, it's shocking how anti-scientific their math ends up being. And it's always a contest right until you bring up their own numbers. And it's just like, okay, well, fair enough. Ein says, did they invade Poland alongside Nazis? Yes, it's the case that pretty much every state in the world was essentially collaborating with Nazis right up until the point they were, and it's true. But I'll tell you this, Ein. I just want to make sure you know this, right? You know, after World War II, and you have to hear this because, you know, you are a dumbass. After World War II, where did the Nazis go, friend? Did they go this way? Did they go that way? Did they get a job at NASA? Did they run off to Argentina? Did they integrate into West Europe? Or did they go to ex-Soviet states and hang out there? Did they go to Russia? Did they go to Soviet Union? The Nazis? Well, I mean, I guess a few tried, right? So here's my problem. If your argument is that the Soviet Union invaded Poland because of these pacts that everybody else fucking signed, right? Which is just an absolute dog shit way of looking at history, and that they were responsible for World War II. Why did all the Nazis not go to the Soviet Union, and why did they all go to the West? Can you just explain that one simple fact for me, friend? Floor is yours. Because Soviet Union was shit. That's why all the Nazis went to America. That's pretty funny. I guess trying to get an entire ocean between them and their past. Well, they went to Europe too. Africa. Everywhere, bro. Everywhere except the fucking Soviet Union. Funny. I had a courtmate be like, well, the Soviet Union took Germans too. Yeah, none of them were Nazis though. Let me go get some water real quick. I've heard of accounts of Nazis fleeing toward Allied front lines to avoid surrendering to the Soviets. I'm going to patiently wait for Ein's answer here. I'm going to go get some water and make some more coffee. Come on, Ein. Hit me. Oh, yeah. All right, what do I got? No answer? Okay. Hey, yo, dude, are you serious? Are you that fucking scared? You're sitting here talking a big game about how fucking Stalin started World War II and how he invaded Poland. I asked you one question. Why did all the Nazis go to America in the West instead of Soviet Union? Here we go. He says, because Soviet Unions were anti-Nazi later into the war and past, it doesn't matter. They basically didn't help them invade it. So hold on. So the Soviet Unions were anti-Nazi? Later in the war? Oh my God. Wait a second. So does that imply that the West was not anti-Nazi later into the war? What are you saying? You're saying that the Soviets liked the Nazis because they had a pact with them? What does that mean about the West? Bro, the trade, the pacts, the non-aggression pacts, they all happened well before the Soviet Unions. What does that mean, Ein? Use your brain. I know you have connections. Repacking wheel bearings, my boy. There's a worker. That's a worker right there. That is a member of the proletariat. That is a working class homie right there. Murdog, shout out to you. Weren't we both anti-Nazi? Well, I think. But what he's saying is that after the war, apparently only one of them is anti-Nazi. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. This style of like fascist slob history revisionist is just absolutely easy as shit to pick apart. Dude, I don't know what to tell you. I know you're probably not happy right here, but like, you're not going to convince anybody with a 4th grade education that the Soviets were Nazi sympathizers, that they weren't the number and aren't right now the #1 most antagonistic force to Nazis. You can say whatever you want about Russia and how dumb their imperialistic dreams are, but they're staunchly anti-Nazi. In fact, they use that against Ukraine constantly. Like, whether Ukraine deserves it or not, it's up to you. But you got to say that's curious. That's curious, isn't it? Like, why is everybody not like that? Because the Nazis, they went west. Because capitalism welcomes them. We didn't shy away from that. Are you kidding? There's money to be made. Look at the Wehrmacht. Are you kidding me? That's hella ingenuity. We're going to use these people. They're fucking like white like us. Who gives a shit? Bro, I don't know what to say, man. You cannot convince a real party that the Soviets were anything other than staunchly anti-Nazi at every point they could be. You can use signing pacts. You can use attempted diplomacy as a cudgel against them, but history shows that is them trying to stop that from happening, which they failed, and they had to mow through millions of their own population to make it stop. I never said they were pro-Nazi. Oh. Yeah, it's just that Stalin started World War II, and what was the other thing you said? And how they invaded Poland. Like, okay, I mean, if you want to talk about these events with like an actual lens of good faith, fine. But if you just say the Soviets started World War II and invaded Poland, like, if that's your conclusion, if that's what you're putting out there, dude, you're so full of Hitler particles, it's unbelievable. So you're saying the Soviet Union's action benefited the Nazis in one way or another. So did the actions of all the other Western players. Okay? Which of these two parties actually made a sacrifice and killed them? And killed the Nazis? It was the Soviets. Okay? Right? So how the fuck did the Soviet benefit from Nazis? Explain that one to me, hotshot. They're the ones who took the biggest sacrifice. It's crazy, bro. He's even got Ein in his name, bro. Es tut mir leid, bro. Come on. Remember that whole push with Soviet army soldiers only got one clip of bullets? That's all you need, baby. But who said Soviets were pro-Nazi? I'm just reading into his conclusion, that's all. Which I'm perfectly inclined and allowed to do. I mean, why else would he be saying this stuff? He just doesn't want to say the whole sentence. You're confused how we got here? Here, I'll pull up his post history again. Here you go. So we're talking about Stalin, and then this started. Of course, you have this message as well. He says they started World War II by invading Poland with Nazi Germany. This is just pure Nazi apologia. That's what this is. Honestly, dude, I'm sorry. I gotta ban you. After seeing this, you are not allowed here, bro. This level of, like, fascist, tilted historical revisionism is insane. Like, you can say the facts as they are, but to present them in this way tells me you're a crypto-fascist. I'm not even playing, dude. You're not allowed here ever again. I'm glad I looked at that again. That was actually a little bit subtle. I like how people are confused that I'm mad at this guy, too. Really? You're confused? He's saying Soviets started the war and that they're Nazi sympathizers and that there's no issue with all the Nazis going west. Come on, buddy. Wake up. Wake up, Ein. Fucking hell, bro. My Geiger counter is going crazy with that guy. Click, 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 click. You want to talk about Epstein now? Perfect. We'll get off of Eastern Europe. What about Epstein? Well, I'll tell you about Epstein. Epstein is a fantastic segue for talking about the Israel-U.S. alliance. We call it the Epstein alliance. It's actually, when we're not bombing kids, apparently our leaders are diddling them. So cool beans. Love this world. So I guess that whole like child cabal Satan thing was just projection, huh? And also, like, I don't care too much for conspiracy theories, because if it doesn't have evidence, or if it's like a false positive you can't prove, etc. Like, I'm not really so interested in it. That's kind of like, the thing with the Holodomor is like, I just don't see where I can read that this was intended. Anyway, regardless, with Epstein, it's like, I don't think for a second, like you guys saw what happened when he died, right? Like, like we're pretty sure something happened there, right? Something weird happened, whether he was allowed to kill himself, whether he's actually fucking dead, why there's a van there, why the cameras are weird, why everything's fucked up, why there's people walking around before he dies, why there's people posting on 4chan before the news goes public, right? There's something going on there, right? And who knows? We'll probably never know what it is until like shit gets declassified. But I just want to be clear here, like, I don't think there's going to be any accountability ever for any of this. Any of it. The fact that Prince Andrew's tied up is hilarious because he sucks. He's not even good at this, which is so easy. I don't think there's ever going to be any accountability for this, period. There's not going to be people jailed. There's not going to be like dude, by the time these guys face accountability, they're all going to be like 96. Yeah, exactly. Yep, they're going to wait it out. That's exactly the fucking plan. Then they'll release it and all these guys will have their legacies like blah, 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 blah. It's like, meanwhile, people are literally like fucking children. It's insane. It's insane. I can't like sit here and say like this is what I want us to be. I can criticize us for imperialism all I want, but like to have this level of just soulless deprivation, just very like radicalized, style of pathology, just in charge of anything, is just shocking. Does anybody believe that Epstein's not associated with Mossad? Anybody at all? Hey, what up, Mez? Does anybody believe that Epstein is just a standard actor working in the financial industry? This guy was a fucking mover and a shaker to the highest degree. This dude had pull with everybody. This dude was a state actor with absolute unbelievable access to capital players. Like, I wonder what other Epsteins are out there. Every country has their Epstein. All of them. It's just that, like, the coalescence of, like, our interests with Israel, it's like, it all just kind of comes together to this, like, perfect storm of, like, holy fuck, this guy, like, just ran shit. You're not touching this one? Epstein, Basoli, Mossad. Anyone who doesn't stick with DC legacy media knows it. Bill that Balmer step up? Oh, I see. Yeah, if someone was forcing it. There's a Canadian version a while back? Really? A Canadian Epstein? No, we're talking about pedophilia, Johnny 5. Do you know who Epstein is? So Jeffrey Epstein is a financier who was arrested a couple of times on like, various sex trafficking charges. But basically he's like almost like a honeypot spy. I don't know how to describe this. That ran a sex trafficking ring on a plane and stuff. The age of consent was 14. Yikes. Yeah, I'm not really concerned about the age of consent when it's that low. I'm still sticking to people my own age. Fuck that. It's disgusting. Yikes. No, I think he's sharing it for us, Johnny. Gross. You know what? I'm just gonna delete this because I don't even want to read it anymore. But it's not, I mean, you're cool. I just don't want to read something about a 14-year-old girl, yuck. Like, what's wrong with people your own age, you know? What's wrong with, like, if you're 30, what's wrong with dating someone who's, like, 30? You know? Is that bad? Why do people gotta, like, want, like, children? The closest French Canadian would be Guy Cloutier. Is it Guy or Guy? It's Guy, right? Cloutier. I don't know how to say it. Rip Chuck Norris. Yeah, but you know me. I'm a woke warrior. He's a bigot, so fuck him. But yeah, funny memes. True. What's up, Stir? You missed more Holodomor shit. Damn, dude. Israel was always like this or became through corrupt? I mean, Israel is America. America is Israel. Make no mistake. Oh, you're asking, was it always like this? Yes. It's always been a colonial settler project, an ethno-state project. It is Zionism. It is by definition murderous. Like to not see that is, I don't know, man. Like I feel like even like, you know, people that love capitalism can see that. It's not really an economic issue, is it? 5-year difference between your wife and I mean, that's not a problem. I'm just trying to say, like, why do guys want to bang kids? It's disgusting. It's just ridiculous. You didn't cradle offer. Okay. You're good. There's really no problem with it. It's like, it's more just pedophilia I have a problem with, not age gaps. Pedophilia, ebiphilia, babyphilia, what all the philias, I don't like them. There's always arguing about marrying plus or minus so many years, but never put in practice and marry a grandma, do they? I mean, I'm taken happily, but you know, if I was single, I'd marry a grandma. Why not? She bake good cookies. You're a failure at relating to the opposite sex. That's me, baby. Been working on my car past couple days. Oh, really? Is it broken or are you like tuning it up? What are you doing? I bet you drive a Civic. I bet Stir Fry drives a Civic. Cookie digger confirmed. That's awesome. I'm not a gold digger. I'm a cookie digger. Yeah. I will say, you know, the Ukraine situation right now is actually way more complicated and unfair to Ukraine than what's happening to Iran. How's that? Does that make you happy? Like, I feel like what's happening like to Ukraine is like, you know, you had the backings of the US there. Like, I don't think for a second Russia should at all invade, but at least like there's weapons and stuff, you know? The imperial invasion is ridiculous. I don't agree with it whatsoever. But like the pretense is, as flawed as they were, like the casus belli, I guess, was sort of there. It's hard to imagine what the argument was going to be in history for us just attacking Iran like this, you know? And I guess I should clarify, like, again, I think Russia invading Ukraine is insanely stupid and wrong and unethical. But, like, they felt like NATO or whatever. You know, they had a reason. It was just bullshit or whatever, you know. I'm just trying to be clear. I'm not a NATO fan. But, you know, how the fuck did Iran get this ire? It's just, they happen to be right there. It's because of Israel, bro. And the invasion is unfair? Yeah, I agree. I guess what I'm getting at is like there's somehow less. I guess that's the thing, is there's really not a whole lot of reason to invade Ukraine, in my opinion, ethically. Like there's really no reason. If you want to liberate Donetsk, fine, pull the people out or whatever, right? You don't have to do what they did. But like there's even less reason to attack Iran other than just naked capital interests. You know, that's what's wild about it. Alternator is replacing? Aw. Sign XD. Hell yeah, dude. I drive a Honda Accord. I was hoping you were a Civic boy. What's wrong with NATO? Well, okay. So NATO is a is an alliance that basically was formed to deal with Soviet Union. Soviet Union is no longer there. Now it's just largely used to deal with other superpowers. And the idea of NATO is containment, encroachment, right? You slowly get closer to the borders and get more people on board and whatnot. And like, you know, you could argue it's for the good. You could argue it's for defense. In Europe, you probably feel very strongly about NATO, but you got to understand, like, NATO is designed to prevent other people from getting power. That's pretty much what its purpose is. You know, it's not going to stop a nuclear strike. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it can't actually save you. It's just there as a force to change the geopolitics. So what's wrong with it is like, well, okay, first of all, it should have been abolished after the, you know, Soviet Union dissolved. Second of all, you know, I don't really think it's America's fucking business to be policing the world like this. And I understand it's North Atlantic, right? It's more than just the US, but we also pay for most of it, and it's largely us, so yeah. Biggest issue is the biggest bully superpower is the so-called good guy. Well, yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this for hours now. Fuck the US. But the problem is, like, if you're Russia, I understand. I like the Soviet Union. I don't really care for Russia's government at all. If you're them, you feel pretty pressed at all times, right? You're always looking for reasons to push back against NATO, and I'm not saying they deserve that at all. I'm just saying there was more actual. You could write more reasons down than Iran. Iran was just like, we don't like it that we don't own this entire area. That's all that is. That's it. US is kind of broke. We owe the world a lot of money. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I don't think it's super important, you know, how much liquid we've got sitting around when we have so much like military power, we have so much diplomacy power, right? It's largely you guys that go around and make problems, so you should pay the biggest chunk. I'm just trying to say that if Europe, if you view NATO as like a defensive alliance, like, I mean, that doesn't save your city, just to be clear. It's just there to put pressure on people at this point. And you know, it doesn't really have to exist. I mean, I would prefer a world where, yeah, like Eurasia works together. But I think, you know, that's not going to happen as long as the US are the bad guys in the room. If the US ever, you know, revolution, diplomacy overthrown, dissolve, anything could happen to the US, it's like, well, you know, you'd be looking at Russia being a major antagonistic power at that point, most likely. But right now, it's like, it's hard to, it's kind of hard to argue that we have any business containing them to the level we do. I don't care for the Chinese government, but I trust yours even less a lot of ways. I mean, I unironically trust the Chinese government 10 times more than my own government, 100%, unironically. I'm not talking about like what they say on like state media. I'm just talking about what they care about. It is the case that we've seen the Chinese CPC, we've seen them fight for the bourgeois time and time and time and time and time and time and time again. We have seen the United States government fight for the bourgeois time and time and time and time and time and time again. Like, I trust them, even though I have no fucking idea what it's actually like to live there. I know very little about their political setup. I do know a bit, but not, more than the average Westerner, but not at all fluent. I know that they've had wins over and over again for the bourgeois. And I like to make the salient point over and over again that China will execute billionaires for crimes against the proletariat. That's a fact. That doesn't happen here, and it's a good indicator of like how serious they take this shit. Sister, leaving the stream on. You don't have to do that. You're cool. It's just an Anything Goes Friday. We're just chilling. So it's got 13 on YouTube and 50 some on Twitch, almost 60 on Twitch. Those are good numbers for Friday. I'm happy. Are you the type to judge someone by the vehicle to drive? Oh yeah, big time. What do you got? What type of vehicles do you guys drive? Did you hear what the German chancellor said after the threats from Trump came? No. Germany is acting like if there was a worse way to react to Iran and Gaza, Germany would win. They're not as like culpable as the US, of course. We're the ones doing it with Israel, but like Germany is like such an utter simp for AIPAC and like the US lobby. It's unbelievable. It's like embarrassing. Like embarrassing. Durbington drives a Audi S6. Yeah. And a V8 Tundra and a Corvette. Hey, yo, look at this guy. He's got a car for this hand. He's got a car for that hand. He's got a car for the foot. That's fun. Corvettes are sweet. I drive a 2004 Honda Accord. Yeah, so you know. They call me a Strait of Hormuz magnet. Broke my back, so no more bike. I want to ride a bike one day. Still haven't rode one. Do you like it? What, the car? Oh yeah, it's awesome. It's the best car I've ever owned. It's fucking dope. Are those all bought or financed? Finance? What do you think this is? Land of the credit? Nah, we buy everything here, son. No crediting allowed in the United States of America. None of that. He says I'm old, bro. Oh shit. I was hoping he financed it all. You drive a Mustang? Hell yeah. There's a military joke. I'm not making it. Yeah, Blue Star put it out there when we were talking at one point, you know, being military, you know, ex-military. You know, I guess the question is, I'll just repackage it generally. Like, is there ever a reason to sign up for the military? Is the question. And, you know, Blue Star's point was, like, you know, some people are disadvantaged and it's a way to get out of that cycle. And, you know, I've of course hear that a lot, right? You also have the notion that you could sign up for a military that's actually defensive and doesn't do wars. And that's pretty noble, right? Beamer Benz a Bentley. My jeans are never empty. Beamer Benz a Bentley, bitch. Beamer Benz a Bentley. My husband was in for 22 years, yeah. So the bottom line is, I got to disappoint. You know, there is no such, to me, and this is just, you just got to understand this. You don't have to agree. There's no such thing as a reason to join an Imperial's military. Meaning, like, ethically, it is more important that you go to jail or you know, otherwise don't participate than you go there and do it. And this is, like, you got to understand, like, I feel strongly that it's not just the poverty. I feel strongly that if you are conscripted for an Imperial Corps, you should go to jail. It's easy for you to sit there and say it. I understand that. But that's my opinion. Now, if you go to the military, does that mean I'll never like you again? Who cares? Well, of course not. Like, I have had plenty of conversations with people from the military who regret their participation or understand the dialectical, you know, conditions in which, like, the material conditions in which they actually contributed to. Like, they understand it dialectically is what I was going for. Like, if they can understand what happened and how they got there and what damage they caused, even if they didn't pick up a gun, like, I'm very interested in these people. In fact, they might have some really strong insight. But I need you to understand this. There is no such thing, to me, as joining an Imperial military for just cause. It doesn't exist. If you join the military and you go out and you're part of that war machine, I can't justify it. But that doesn't mean I hate you. It just means that I ask for introspection in the hindsight. Now, Chlorokin, how are you going to sit there and tell me this? Well, you know, I've mentioned this, and it's really important to understand, but my father and his father were both military. One of them signed up for it. One of them was conscripted, okay? And I still have these views, okay? So understand that I'm not just, like, saying this with no dog in the race, right? I'm saying this very strongly, that even with that in mind, you know, I feel this. Now, am I going to be less offended by a guy who does it or a girl who does it to get out of poverty? Yeah. Than someone who signs up like Graham Platter who just wants to frag people? Yes. But it's important ethically to never excuse it and ask for introspection if they do go through with it. That's all. And it's just me. You don't have to worry about caring, but you get the harm of my support. Well, yeah, I'm not asking for you to do anything or prove anything, But I'm glad you can see it, but you see my point. It's a weird place to be because a lot of people are vets, my family, but I understand what imperialism is. I understand what it does to the global south. I understand what it's done throughout time. I understand what it actually does. Parenti's very, 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 very persuasive on getting you to care about imperialism if you read his stuff. Crash is live, gotta go. See ya, buddy. Someone says, at least you didn't crash it. Good. 2017 Tundra, nice. Well, I mean, we're not going to sit here and talk shit in your car. Are these unrelated? No, you're just talking. I got you. You're good. You're good. Sorry, I misread that. I don't agree with my decision. Well, yeah, I mean, fair enough. It is what it is. And if you think that you would go back and do it again, I know. I would just continually ask for introspection. I don't sit here and think about, this very frequently, but it's worth noting that, like, no, I don't think there's a possible ethical reason to go out and do what the U.S. military does. Now, it's radical. I understand. Working on that reading. Not to be trivial, but what is that on the plate behind you? Oh, it's a bagel. It's an onion bagel with cream cheese. You should publish a full read. There's so many. I sent one of them to. I sent Cowboy's reading list to Dank Gravy, and this is one that I personally use. Although, admittedly, I haven't gotten. I skipped the LGBTQ stuff in more favor of the Marxist readings, which is funny because I have a lot to learn there. I should have done it in order. Let me show you the reading list. I'll give you a starting point. What's funny is most of these reading lists don't actually focus on sexual identity, but his does. So this is a pretty decent one, I would say. You'll see it starts off with principles of communism. You get a little bit of Lenin immediately. You see Mao's first on practice on contradiction here. This is a super short book. It's sitting back there. Notice how you're never actually reading Capital here. This is a fucking sweet one. State and Revolution. This was my favorite writing from Lenin. I feel like this is, I don't know what this is, but that's a cool book. I didn't read that one. I mean, just the title. Let me see. Let me see. So there's like a chapter on feminism, on gender identity, which is pretty fascinating, but it's actually kind of important because the oppression that, we've had throughout time is intrinsically linked dialectically to the class struggle of working class, right? So it's very important to understand that. I was just, when I was reading a lot of these books, I was obsessed with understanding the Marxism. I kind of missed the forest for the trees in some ways. I'm trying to find Rosa Luxemburg's book that Nyandir just read. I don't know if it's in here. I really should be. I'm not sure if Rosa Luxemburg's book is in here, but it should be. There's a nice book, Reform or Revolution. It's just like a fantastic, succinct way to understand leftist perspective on this issue. Automod didn't like that. Damn, you're getting modded on Twitch too? Yeesh. Marx has great problem analysis and shite solutions. Okay, I won't take that away from you. What's up, Chris Max? Or Chris Mass? How you doing? You're talking about Eve and Automod got you? Yikes. Yeah, it's a pretty sweet list. They're all pretty similar though. So you can pretty much find a few of them and mix them together. I could get my own reading list with like an abridged one, a couple books for chat here, but I don't know how many people are like necessarily interested in it per se. Crabby here. Plenty of communists in the US, but they all work in worker-owned companies. Well, so co-ops are, right? That's a social idea. You have unions, it's another social idea representing capitalism. Obviously, welfare programs are a social idea, but not socialist. You can't really have like a little bubble of socialism in capitalism though like that. It just doesn't work. Like these co-ops are still completely hammered by capitalism from all angles. They still exist though, and they're sweet. I like co-ops. I like unions, of course. But they tend to not really have that much power. They're still vulnerable to a lot of things. But it is a good, it's worth pointing out that, yeah, like we have systems here that try to borrow from some of these premises. That's the premise of like your social democrats. How language is used to establish hierarchies is a major part of the Jason Stanley books I mentioned earlier, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's funny because that one sentence is something I feel like I do touch on. You know how I always say there's like multiple sets of same words? Does communism require abolition of free open market? So communism is a classless, stateless, moneyless society, right? So there's no market as we know it. It's people providing products for each other because there's such a surplus, right? It's not something that we understand to just be able to happen. It's after a long, successful run of socialism where the proletariat truly has a dictatorship and has control over the government. You could start to actually build up surpluses instead of spending on a defense against capitalism and work towards communism, which is essentially there's so much we can give to everybody and everybody can live awesome lives. That's essentially what communism means, but just in many, many, many more words. So it's not an abolition. It's just there's no need to do that anymore. We just have so many things. Everybody can have whatever they want. Like we all can be taken care of. Got to go back to being a wage slavey. Have a good day. Take care, Morcar. Thanks for going by, dude. And, you know, power to the workers, bro. I don't know what to say. I love you, bro. You know, a lot of people misunderstand like socialism to mean communism or communism to mean blah, 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 blah. But like, you know, socialism has just like almost normal trade. You know, you have companies trading things and selling to people, you know, there's nothing crazy about it. Socialism is like really easy to wrap your head around if you're not some like, you know, temporarily embarrassed millionaire who thinks that a system of equity is not going to benefit them. That's pretty much the only people that don't want to hear about this shit when you tell them in plain English. Let's check the SIGs real quick. Only talk shit if you drive a Prius unless you're a woman. I'd fuck with a Prius. Remember that show Weeds? There was like a gangster in Weeds and he's like, ooh, a Prius when they came out. He's like, ooh, nice. That's good for drive-bys because it doesn't make any noise. That's awesome. Pretty gangster. All right, let's see what we got here. Oopsies. Hey, mamma mia. We got to get rid of PLZ. We're scanning Hicks. And this. Let's go. Is that a binky? A binky. The things kids have? What's a binky? Pacifier? Ah, oh, the ship. Oh, very clever. Damn, I'm not very smart, am I? Whoopsies. Saudi Arabia bought Capcom. Nice. Dude, Saudi Arabia is killing the game right now and buying all the things. They're murdering it right now. They're fucking Khashoggi-ing that shit. I'm proud of myself for getting this Kikimora that was guarding an outright in 4 prospects. Hey, yo. You killed it? Oops, I missed that. Misclicked. Myth clicked. You killed a Kikimora all by yourself? That's crazy, dude. You killed the... What does a Kikimora mean in Slavic? Or whatever? Doesn't mean witch, right? That Dracovots means witch, right? What's a Kikimera? Anybody know? They just bought EA a few months ago. Dude, Saudi Arabia's going to buy all the games. Wait, Saudi Arabia might buy CCP. Dude, that's based. Yes. Please, Gulf State Daddy. Buy this game and sports wash me. Investing in their future. I mean, you could call it that. You could call it sports washing too. It's a little bit of the same. One of them carries a little bit more negative, connotation than the other, but fair enough. TMM below. This goes to Jeddah or some shit. Let's go through here. They can write the edit in Saudi oil instead of capsule blood. Brilliant. Whoopsies. Damn, I'm fucking it all up today. It's a way to appear nicer. Yeah, that's what the means washing means, right? Comes from like whitewashing. Sports washing would imply you're basically importing existing sports franchises to change perception about, let's say, the oppressive nature of your state or whatever it is. I don't want to, point any fingers at the Saudis, but I'm sure Jamal Khashoggi would if they didn't bone saw it off of his hand. The regions have a much more socialist aim for their sovereign wealth fund. Probably social, I think, is probably what we're looking for there, I would imagine. Unless they're like actually adjusting the means of production, we just say social. It doesn't really matter, but people get it so twisted. It's like actually like almost important to me to like at least say something. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, scanning, right? Scanning. Qatar is another one in that part of the world. Qatar. It's a sick name. Say what you want about the government of Qatar. It's a sick name, right? I will defend that name till I'm blue in the face for being badass. You get ganked on whole interest? Nah, you can't really get ganked. It's all one side is always low sec, right? So the holes change so frequently, like the chance of getting caught in a sub 3 second aligned ship with a cloak, it's non-existent. I've never even seen it. I did get caught here once because I just AFK'd for like 10 minutes, but that's kind of neither here nor there. No, it's super safe. One side always being low sec is pretty much all you need to not really care. Imagine trying to catch somebody in here, how annoying that would be. Should I combat scan this mobile deep down and pop it? You will combat scan it down and then cargo scan it. See what's in it. If there's nothing in it, just leave it. If you ref it, you can't scan it. It's stupid. Hmm. 4 days ago, Stir added some bookmarks here. Nice. Clean. What's up? Damn, where the hell am I? Why are there so many people here? The fuck? There's 10 people in local. You out your dang mind? My one death in J-Space was to a whole camp. I came from high sec, yeah. Did you smack a bubble on the way to it? Or how'd that go? This will be good. Bang! All gone. Beautiful right there. Beautiful mapping right there. Oh, this is going right here. See ya. See ya, mate. Let's see. Anything else popping up? Beautiful, mate. The Norwegian justification for their oil fund is that all Norwegians own their national minerals wealth. They require the state-owned oil company. Okay, so there's a state-owned component. Got it. That could be socialist. Got it. Gotcha. That makes sense. I came into a hole from high sec, tried to wear a bubble, came out, and I was kind of screwed no matter what I did. There were 2 of them. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah. You can certainly get caught, but in this instance, if somebody even could decloak me in time, I could just go back through the hole in some instances, or, you know, 3-second line plus decloak is extremely hard to beat. I suppose if someone had the decloak ready, or maybe brought out Stormbringers, they could get you. It would be kind of funny to bring your Thunder Children or Stormbringers out here and just pop Explorers, but I'm pretty sure the locals would eat you alive. I'll make an argument for the program. Collective ownership of the means of producing. Yeah. So I didn't realize there was a kind of a nationalizing a component to this. That is definitely knocking on the door of being socialist, not social. What's up, Clabastian? What's going on? What's poppin'? I woke up so fucking early today. It was crazy, bro. I think I will enjoy my weekend. I think I just want to kill their shit. I want somebody to like make shorts or something, or like clips of my streams and put them on my backup channel. I just don't know how much to pay for that. It's like not really worth much, but the labor is still worth a lot. $5. Yeah, I was getting timestamps, but it was pretty inconsistent, so I guess I stopped getting it. But I'm too lazy to actually do it myself. There's a bunch of funny moments on this stream that would be cool to put out there on YouTube. Let people click on. It's too much effort. I gotta figure out how to do that. Wow, it's repairing my pod and it's bright as hell. I guess we could do Evedol here. Cruiser medium combat. Let's go. So it would be the fucking Galante Caldara gosh darn it, Serpentis, is that it? So let's go with what's the fucking Gila? Let's try this. Oh, it's not faction though, shoot. Well, I'm just gonna try this to see. Okay, it's one of these races. So it's gonna be Caldari or Galante Battle Cruiser. Tech 1. Let's just try Rudix. Galante. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's a special cruiser. Oh, shit. It's Tech 2. Oh, okay. It's a Galante Tech 2 cruiser. And it's combat, so it's got to be like a hack. So it's got to be Yas. Uh-oh. That's not a hack. What's the fucking hack called? Let me think. Oh, God. Wait, what about... Oh, it's not T2. Holy shit, it's the Proteus. Wait, it has to be the Proteus. It's not T2. Ooh, I almost sat there for 20 minutes and thought of a hack. Thank God I saw that. Oh, my camera was blocking? Oh, shit. Yeah, my camera is too big. Yeah, so I had this. This gave it away. Also, I gotta say, you know, Proteus could be Logi, alright? It's not combat. I guess it's a default row, though. I finally got my Baronite Mace last night on my hardcore. Hell yeah, McFlex. Good for you. Little OSRS win there. Anybody want to 1v1 me before I get bored? One round. One round. If you beat me, you get 100 million is. Then I'm gonna go take a nap or some shit. Pretty tame, pretty tame Anything Goes Friday. I think we're gonna have to probably ban the Holodomor from discussion from now on. I'm too tired of talking about it. I won't ban Stalin though. I suppose people have more to say there. Asked and answered. I'm a completionist on that collection log. Oh shit, on hardcore? That's scary. Nobody wants to 1v1 me? No shot. We're all too scared? 100 million ISK if you beat me. You all know you can't beat me. Alright. Wow, look at that. Nobody wants to 1v1 the boy. Alright. Here, I'll fight randoms then. Y'all are scared. By that point, entire sectors of my cerebral cortex. Wow. Damn, I almost fucked that up. That dude was creeping on me. The trash can guy. This guy was creeping up on me. You saw that? All right, should I talk shit or no in chat? Should I say GF? I refuse to fight you in solidarity with a fellow member of the working class. It's probably gonna match me with higher people. I'm gonna get murked. I gotta give one of these guys 100 mil if they beat me. Just read books. Woo! I stumbled, but that comeback was crazy. Did anyone see that comeback? Wow. That was crazy, dude. I got past that comma and it was fucking home free. All right, last one. Swear to God. Last one. Then I'm done. Oh, this is a big... This has a semicolon. 2 semicolons? 2? What the fuck? Does anyone else get DC'd when doing multi-client fleets? Not really. Every once in a while. When the general is weak. Slovenly, haphazard. I don't know how to type these words. Wow, that was incredibly hard to fucking type. Hey, what up, MCAG? How you doing? What's going on? I'm just clapping up these randos on Typeracer. Apparently I can't be beat. What the fuck? Where all my 150 word per minute Andy's at? Unfortunately, I've been beating up Pictionary, so we can't play again. This guy says, what is the point of Frontier? Well, you see, when Daddy Capitalist gives Mommy Capitalist $40 million to make a game, we're going to use IP that players are familiar with. He says, I know this gets asked a lot, but think about it. A good majority of what keeps EVE and CCP alive are now older. You expect people to put 10 more years of their lives on a new game? It's slow in space. Okay, but then what? This is piss poor analysis. He's like, crypto is down, or cash will just be digitalized, but not kryptonized. Oh my God, kryptonized. All right, this person is yeesh. Hilmar is obsessed with crypto and wants to do a crypto game. I mean, wasn't there like 40 mil earmarked for this game? Or am I tripping or what? Yeah. Look at this take. This guy says, Frontier is a version of EVE where the game designers are free to implement any cool mechanics that could never make it to the main game because you people are going to throw a massive tantrum and unsubscribe if anything gets touched. Wow, what a cynical, just not based in material reality perspective. It's why CCP has given up implementing any actual changes to this game, and all the major updates are now database changes that would happen every month or so because the players cry. Okay. I thought it was because the game was like shaky and because it's hard to change because it'll break. I didn't know it was because we were crying. All right. Fucking just slow development apologia here. That's all that is. Sheesh. God damn, these people have a lot to say about this game. This guy's getting downvoted for this. It says, after trying it, I have to say the crypto aspect isn't as bad as people here make it out to be. It kind of makes sense given their vision and has nothing to do with rug pulls or similar crap. It's more survival oriented than EVE Online, which is totally fine. My only criticism is it's in early development and lacking a lot of features. That's your only criticism, all right? I mean, this is like, seems to be the only guy talking about like his experience with it. He seems to not really mind it. Fascinating. See ya, Maya. Have you played it yet? Not yet. No, I'm gonna try it one day when I get bored enough. I mean, the longer I wait, the better it is for me, you know, and the game. My opinion's only gonna be worse now than it is later. You know what I mean? MCAC says last night I explored low class wormhole space and there were 3 gas sites. Good for you. I'm glad you had a good time. I think I like it. Yeah, you're allowed to like Frontier. What the hell? I don't care. The only thing I've said over and over again is that the early access was just scammy. You don't pay for people and you don't charge people and make them sign an NDA. It's one or the other. But it's no longer the case, so whatever. What's up, Starkey? I feel like crypto was added because it's a cool thing. I mean, no, Hilmar is obsessed with crypto. From my understanding. Now we want AI chat because AI chat... This whole game is going to have a lot of bullshit tech in it before you know it, for sure. But, alright, well, it was a fun stream. I enjoyed that. I, look forward to the next time we hang out. I think, maybe even people had some decent little arguments in chat among themselves, which was a nice little treat. Thank everybody for coming. I appreciate you, of course. If FG's out there, thank you for all those crazy amounts of subs. Haas, thank you for your subs. Spooky with the sub. Judge. Blue Star Mirage. Everybody else with subs. Thank you. Too kind. Way too many subs today. I appreciate it, though. It means a lot. Everybody on YouTube, thank you for watching. I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll see you next week. And then we'll get up to some more EVE stuffs.